All right, welcome in and good evening, everyone. Sergeant Dead Red back with you. Where's some more Valheim fun? Obviously, we got Valheim booted up. Obviously, that's what we're playing tonight. What's up,
Hello there.
Psycho? What is up, Psycho? What's good out there, buddy? What is good with Mr. Psycho today? And welcome in again. I hope everybody had a great Friday today. Hopefully, I think it's Saturday already for some of you out there. But hopefully, everybody's got something fun planned for the weekend. Same old same. Gotcha. Looks like I probably need to run a couple of these names through the bot checker, but I got a couple of follows off stream yesterday. Looks like Gozer, Crimier, and Crustiest Pie all followed, and somebody named Griddle a day ago. Somebody named Griddle. Still waiting on the state, huh? Gotcha. Getting ready to log back here some Valheim. We're going to continue on our permadeath run here in just a sec. As soon as I finish my setups a couple of things. I did log on Valheim for a little bit today. I actually started a new character and was just goofing around with it for a little bit rather than play the character we're working on now. I think I haven't logged in since let's see, we didn't get to stream. Did we get to stream yesterday? No, we didn't get to stream yesterday. I don't even remember now if we streamed yesterday. I don't think we did. I think yesterday we had to take yesterday off. But we should be here through the weekend, that's for sure. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, unless something comes up. We'll be here through the weekend. I see Diablo is on another beta test weekend or whatever it is, and there's a ton of people out there playing that. I don't know if any of you guys have picked that up and played it on. I've watched it a little bit. I can't say that it's for me, but it looks like a fun little game, that's for sure. It does look like a fun little game. Yeah, we don't need you. You're Mr. Naked Guy. You're Mr. Naked Guy. We haven't even made anything for that guy yet. I think this is the right seed. I've been getting rid of some seeds, but I also imported the last community run seed onto my local drive, so I could go in there and take some screenshots of some of the community land builds that we did while we were there. I don't know if I don't think Saber actually ever completely finished up his build, but KO had a couple. I had a couple of different things or whatever, so I posted a bunch of screenshots in Discord of some of the different things we did on the community server last run through. And again, I'm still kind of waiting at this point to, according to what I'm reading on the Discord for Valheim Plus, is they're expecting another update to drop here sometime soon. And I guess they're not going to come out with an official release until that updates, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But okay, I don't know why they're not going ahead and updating it, or maybe the folks that have done the fix don't have the power to update it. I'm not sure on that. I am not sure. But we're still running basically the alpha, the patch. It's still working well for me. I really don't know what the holdup is there for that. If you've been running Valheim Plus, hey, afternoon Discordy, how are you? You're still running Valheim Plus, or you want to run Valheim Plus? It is available, but it's a beta version at the moment, so you kind of get whatever you get out of it. But I haven't had any issues whatsoever with it. I've yet to go and update my server file and see how hard it'll be to actually do out on the server. But yeah, we might do that at some point. Let's go check the garden, see where we're at. You're getting there. You're getting there. I got things exploding into existence, and then I got other ones that are all just healthy. You're getting there. You're getting there. We'll definitely have enough onions after this. We will definitely have a complete onion supply for a little bit, and probably about two in-game days or so. And what have I got on me? I need to make some wooden arrows. I need to make some food. I think the game plan is we're probably going to go over and play around on the motor mountain for a little bit. I think we got a portal set up there. We got a portal set up there, but we still need to do a couple things up there. I kind of need to run around and just clear things out to make sure that there's not anything that's going to interfere with the boss battle, so to speak. I need to decide what armor I'm actually going to wear for the boss battle. Still running around at 43 armor right now, but we do have the Drake helmet at our disposal if we want to do that, and we have the full complement of the Fenry gear, the Fenris, the Fenry, whatever you want to call it. We've got a full complement of that to wear. So I need to figure out which one of those I really want to wear for this fight. I think, was it fire resistance or frost resistance? I don't remember now. Let's see what we got. What we got over here? What is this? This is resistant versus frost. So I can wear it in the mountains. Fenry's Blessing, yeah, we don't care about that. Resistant versus fire, that's not going to help me. That's not going to help me. That is, that's that, but each piece that you wear of it gives you a little extra movement speed, so... And then our Drake helmet, yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to end up wearing for this. And let's see, how many needle arrows can I make up? I guess we can do that on one of our trips back here. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna spend a little bit of time kind of scout the area around. So we got 58. Yeah, we got plenty of needles available, and I got plenty of feathers available right now. So we're good on both of those departments. We got bone mass. Do we want bone mass for that, or do we want? Yeah, I don't know. Or do I want the Ike Deers? I usually use the Ike Deer for this fight and just plan on not getting hit. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit. Like I said, I'm gonna run around, try to clear the mountain off. You know, kill off all the golems, find the egg locations up there, kill off all the drakes up there. In fact, how many frost glands do we have now? 166. So probably need a few more yet. And the other thing I was thinking of is I probably need to find a place and make a return trip to the swamp just to grab whatever ooze that we can get hold of. Don't really need much of anything else down there right now. I think I got plenty of blood bags for the moment. Let's see, let's mark this for now. Let's mark this as our motor. Just so we kind of know where it is. And I never did bring the stone cutter or anything up here. We just kind of threw something together here at the moment. Just kind of threw something together at the moment to have something up. Hey, did you make it all the way back up here? Weren't you the guy I knocked off the mountain like 2 days ago? There he comes again. There he comes again. Yeah, we haven't really investigated this mountain any yet. We made it up here. It took us forever to get over here, right? We had a really long boat trip to get over here. Took for freaking ever to get over here. At the end of the day, I do kind of want to make sure everything close by is taken out. Golems. If we can figure out the golem locations, I guess we can get a little bit more city. And over there's an egg nest. We'll probably grab the eggs that are here. Although I think I've got 3 already. I probably don't have to grab them. Oh, I totally missed. How about you? Alright, there's 2 frost glands. There's my silver that's just hanging out here. You guys are coming up here to get me. I am busy right now. I'm busy right now. Can't you see that? Yep, 3 more frost glands for me. I hear you. Where are you? You're right above my head. Go up here. What is that guy doing? He just came out of his hole for no reason there. No, there's a stone golem. Hi. Why are all you guys up here 1 stars? Can I shoot you? Can I shoot you? Did you move or was it me? Actually, I should see if there's a spawner in here. Nope, no spawner in here. Are you another 1 star hanging out up there? All right. Yep, there's my stone golem. Somehow I woke you up there. I wonder if you can come over here and collapse this building for me. He's like, daggone pest. Pest and the wooden arrows. I'm waiting for him to just take a whole bunch of rocks down here. You kind of got your stealth stuck in a bad spot right now there, buddy. Yeah, that was the only chest up here, right? Yeah, that's the only one I see. Oh, no stone golem trophy. Alright, I wanted to go this way. Just to see what's kind of out here off the end of this. I see lots of mistlands, and it looks like a pretty narrow section of mistlands right down there. Do you have a hidden spot? You don't even have a chest in here for me. Hi. I heard him behind the door. I heard something. I'm like, what was that noise? Yeah, there might be a chest over there somewhere. Definitely not one in here. Man, oh, I thought that was another silver node sticking out there. I wonder if I hit this rock if you'll come my way. Anybody else hanging out over here? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. It looked like this was probably a wasted trip down through here. The edge of the good old Mistlands. Let's see, we've been up there. Go over this direction. Man, if you haven't got your run and jump skill up by the time you get to the mountains, you will get it up there shortly. I know you're going to figure out how to get over here to me eventually. I'm like, I heard the snarl, but I didn't see which direction he was coming from. Yeah, running and jumping around the mountains is the closest thing that you'll get to the Mistlands. It's the mountains, I think, at this point. I think it's the closest. Obviously, the plains is nice and flat. I think this is the closest thing you get to the Mistlands. Having to do a lot of running and jumping around and going peak to peak and rock to rock and that kind of thing. It's the closest thing that I know of in the game right now. Keep open. I can see something down there that I can actually mark for future reference, like my first dungeon or something like that, but I'm not seeing anything. Got those snow caps down there, and it kind of makes it look like, you know, a couple of those actually kind of look like it might be a structure, but it's just snow caps on the rock. Oh, you took the easy way down, didn't you, buddy? Would you stop moving around? Come back over here. Figure out which path you're going to take already. Yeah, I think the mountains is probably the first place that I really think about managing my stamina a lot of times. I really think about managing it when I'm up in the mountains, because when you're up in the mountains, you don't necessarily want to be out of stamina like when you cross a peak, when you're getting ready to cross the top of the hill or anything like that. You kind of want your stamina, at least some stamina, when you cross these little areas. Because one of the worst things you can do is run all the way up this hill and then find out when you get to the top, you got no stamina left, and then be a pack of wolves right there. I think the best thing you can do is remember to put your weapon away, right? Remember, and I'm bad about that as well. Where is the frost gland from this guy? It's one of those mystery frost glands that land in here somewhere, that land up on the roof. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Spotted. And I see you hanging out right there. Don't worry, I'm going down the hill before you hit me. I'm going back up the hill. Oh, Stone Golem got in your way there, didn't he? Now you're gonna come back over here and mess with me. Throw rocks. Alright, we're going to throw that one in the hole. Do I have enough time to run over here? I don't even know. Some of this we might have explored the other day, and I'm just not remembering it. I don't feel like we've been over there. I think we've been there. Yeah, because I left the one skeleton as a lookout on top of the tower there. Yeah, you got another one of you guys. I don't know if I have a good place to hide from you here. No, I think I see my hiding spot. There, you take the rest of it down. I did my part. I got the free wood out of it. You really don't like log cabins. These guys do not like log cabins. How are my shots not hitting you there? How am I hitting you in the head and my shots aren't counting? Bling, bling, bling. Audex is followed. Thank you very much. I think it's Audex. Audex. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it very much. And welcome in. No, I just got a lot of free wood out of that guy. That's for sure. He left everything. He took down the entire cabin except for the pillar right here. Now let's see, Audex. I think you were the one that I was watching the other day. I think you were the one that I was watching the other day. I had to take yesterday's time off. Yo, how are you? I think I tuned into your stream for quite a little while yesterday, and then I had to run around and do some things, and then jump back off. And we got another one of those guys. Man, there are stone golems everywhere up here. There are stone golems everywhere up here. I'm going to leave him in place for now. I still want to kind of investigate the other end of the mountain. See what else we got out there. Well, hello. Any day now. Come on, back over my way. Thank you for the donation of the Frost Clans. Nice. Well, welcome in, Audex. Yeah, give me a second here, and I will, let's see, we want to remember to bring a stone cutter up here, just so I can do it, just so I can make a little place here for this. Yeah, thank you very much for following. I enjoyed your stream the other day. I think you were the one. I'm going to find out here in a minute. I'm going to make sure. Yeah, that's you. So if you guys haven't tuned in to an Audex stream, I think I'm saying it right. Audex. You haven't tuned in to an Audex stream. It was a lot of fun to watch. They were having some fun. I think they've done a run through of the entire world once before, but they are on their I think their first or maybe second attempt at a solo permadeath run. And it was a lot of fun tuning in there. Lots and lots of fun tuning in there. Had a good time watching. I love your barn build. I love the barn build. I was one of the people in chat that was giving you the most crap about your barn build, right? You know, you were having a lot of fun with it too, so. Well, obviously, I'm running modded too. I saw the one chest mod that you were running. That looked pretty interesting. I've seen a couple of different things. Barn, yeah. That's all right. I got another solo playthrough that I'm working on. That I have to say I've got a similar structure stuck up right now. It's a similar structure stuck up right now. What do we have for here? In that. Yeah, smart containers. That one's pretty interesting. I mean, I do some community runs occasionally where I label the containers, and then, you know, I've kind of gone both directions with it. But I thought that was pretty neat. Hello there. I run the Valheim Plus over here. And but you know, there's not a smart container option in Valheim Plus, and plus Valheim Plus is not broken right now, but they haven't given an official release for it, so it's kind of up in the air whether when we do the next community run, if we're gonna have Valheim Plus or not. What's up, Everworks? How's Mr. Everworks doing today? Well, I do run modified here, and it does really help in the early part of the run, and it helps me be more adventurous, stay out a little bit longer. Obviously, I've got a couple of extra rows of inventory. I've got, you know, those are kind of my quality of life things. That's mainly what we do is quality of life stuff. I try to keep it the quality of life stuff. I can't say that it's 100% quality of life stuff, but most of it is. Throw you in there. Oh, you're about to do the fight the queen, huh? Nice, nice. Well, what are you going at? What are you going after her with, Everworks? What's your weapons of choice? You gotta try to do it with the Miss Walker. Yeah, you know, I prepped on my last solo run through that we were in full armor on. On my last solo run through, we went through and did. I did a lot of prep work. I did a lot of prep work to get my my blocking skill. I think was 25 or 30 or something like that. And then we did some work on our skills to get our. I think our sword on that run was up at around 50 or 52 or something like that. And that was the game plan, right? That was the game plan. We were going to go in and find out what it was like to melee. And then I just came across the bow option. And I just couldn't put it down, right? I couldn't put it down. We were being way more successful with the bow than probably what I thought we were going to be, right? I didn't think we were going to be as successful as we were. It ended up being a really successful run. And we ended up doing, I think, the queen twice on that run. Did once for the house decoration, and or we did it once to complete the run, and then we did it again for the house decoration. Then we goofed off with magic for a couple of days, but I kind of got bored of magic after a little bit of while, and we kind of came into this run. Miss Walker and Hammer. Yeah, the hammer comes in really handy, and I use that pretty frequently for the queen battle. Not so much to do damage to the queen, but as she spits out all the broads and everything like that, it's pretty handy to take care of a bunch of those guys at once. I will say, don't forget your ooze bombs or your bile bombs. Those came in handy. Yeah, definitely good luck to you, right? Yeah, definitely good luck to you on that. I think ooze bombs came in really handy. There was a couple of times that, you know, when I was being chased by one too many things, that I would just throw an ooze bomb and take a lot of their health out. You know, that was definitely a good option, right? That was definitely a good option. And then other than that, I pretty much stuck with bow. There might have been once or twice that we got the hammer or other things out. And yeah, none of you need picks. None of you need picks. I need to go check the plains farm too. We're a little ahead of the game. We're behind where I normally am on my solo runs, but we're ahead of the game. We're ahead of the game on the plains farm at this point, since we've already done a goblin village and got enough to get a start on that. The long sword and the at gear too. Yeah, I've seen some people do. They've done. I've seen a couple of folks on community runs use the long sword. I really don't know how successful the long sword is. I know it does a far greater amount of damage, but I really don't know. You know, off the top of my head, I just don't know what kind of damage you'll see using the great sword on her. All right, obviously we replanted this guy recently. You didn't explode into existence for me. I've never been a huge fan of the ad gear either. You know, not on my solo runs. Not on my solo runs. And one of the things I'm thinking about doing is trying some different weapons that I really haven't goofed around with that much in this game, and seeing what we can get to on that. I don't think I've checked you guys in forever over here. Let's do that now. Like I said, I want to kind of finish clearing this mountain off. Kind of finish clearing that off. Decide what armor we're going to wear, and then we'll go hit motor here in a little bit. I think I've explored most of the mountain at this time, but I'm still kind of clearing some enemies off the top of that mountain. Oh man! At some point, I need to go back and visit that mountain cave again. That had like, well, 29 tetrafish. It had 29 tetrafish just laying along the shoreline. Yeah, that's one of the things. So that's one of the things that I do early run Onyx is I spend probably 4 or 5 days just kind of exploring the home island, and this was a fairly big home island at the end of the day. This was a fairly big home island at the end of the day, and it produced a lot of freaking beehives. You know, there was a lot of bees that we found just running around here, right? So I you know, once I get a couple of beehives going early on, that's usually my stamina food early on in the game. Is I use that as my stamina food, save my mushrooms and berries and other stuff for different foods. Oh, that's right. We said we were going to take a stone cutter with us. Let's at least repair the one building. Let's at least repair the one building we're hanging out in. Let's get that repair done. You're good. Then let's change this back. Pirate portal. R. Yeah, but I usually use that for my stamina food early on. Spartan, what's up, Spartan? How you been? Did I even remember to repair my bow on that trip? Yeah, I did. All right, let's throw this guy down. Let's throw this guy down. I just in case in case we get in trouble and the queen comes this way, that this place just doesn't completely fall apart right off the bat. I mean, wait till my stamina gets back up. That's the only bad thing about doing a repair everything. This is part of my mod, where I can click and it repairs everything that I have the stamina to do. At least get everything to full health here. At least get everything to full health in case we get in trouble and she decides to come over this way and blast us, or if I have to make a run for it or something like that. Where haven't we been up here? I guess through the motor area and out towards the tip. I want to do that. And we got another stone golem right down here we want to take care of. We'll use this guy for bow skill again. Wherever he was. He was down there. He is. Look at that. Wouldn't that suck? Come up, put your 3 eggs down, hit the motor button, and have this guy spawning in the background right there. And I am definitely not using. I'm definitely not using the what I could do that would be effective here, right? Oh, you almost took out the Drake right there. I'm definitely not using an effective means of killing this guy off, but we use him for bow skill. He was chasing that Drake around. We're just gonna sit here and pepper him with the arrows. He's like, "Dang, mosquitoes! I didn't think there were mosquitoes in the mountains." I can't believe he's not going after the Drake. The Drake is still peppering him in the back. All right, your turn. Come, where are you going? And if you haven't figured it out yet, if you're a first-time viewer, or if you're wondering, why the heck is this guy so fast with his bow? Well, I'm wearing the root armor. I like wearing the root armor at this stage of the game. We spend a little extra time and get the root armor together. That takes that takes a little while, right? You kind of have to dedicate yourself to running swamps and finding enough abominations, but I'm wearing the root armor for bow skill. That's giving me plus 15. And then we spend lots and lots of time with the bow just leveling it up, right? We just, kind I'm big on getting your skills to a certain level or a certain area where you feel comfortable doing the next fight, right? You know, if we feel comfortable doing this fight at this level, wherever we're at. But I think one of the things I may do that I may do coming up is I might do. I don't think I'm going to do it as a permadeath, but I may try the 100-day challenge thing. And that was one of the reasons I logged in on an alternate character for a little bit today, and just goofing around. Yeah, sorry I missed your comment a minute ago there, Spartan. So you've been out apartment hunting, huh? Time to move, is it? But I'm big on getting your skills. I like my skills. I like to feel like I'm competent or comfortable with my skills when we go in to do the boss fights. Especially being in limited armor. I want to try to avoid getting smacked as much as possible. Bad living situation. Well, sorry to hear you've got a bad living situation, sir. I don't know if did I go in here? I know they do this on purpose. They put these little edges on here. Yeah, we've been here. But I am kind of a skill fiend. That's like I said. That's kind of how most of my runs go, right? Most of my runs are, work on your skills, gather what you need. But yeah, I think I'm going to work on, maybe my next solo adventure run through is we may work on the 100-day challenge. But I don't, at least initially, I don't think I'm going to go through it as a permadeath run. I kind of want to see how it goes, because I'm not going to spend a ton of time working on skills for that run. We're just going to kind of go for it, right? Get in there and make the fine wood bow by like day 5, do Ike there, and it's kind of, I'm running a little test when I've got the opportunity. I'm running a little bit of test right now just to see how well it goes. Is there only one of you guys here guarding the nest? I see your buddy over there. There's two of you guys. Where's the other guy? Yeah, I don't see him anywhere. Well, hopefully you find a place here soon, Spartan, and hopefully everything works out for the best for you. Hopefully whatever apartment you get into or where you end up living, you got good internet. I told the wife it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard when, at some point when she's done up here in Northern Virginia, at some point I think we want to move back to the Carolinas or that general direction, and that's kind of the goal anyway. And not that I don't have the occasional internet outage here, but I've had fiber being not too far outside of DC here, right? I've had fiber since I've lived up here. And the fiber internet is just outstanding. Every once in a blue room we get a little downtime or whatever, but I cannot complain about that. You guys are freaking everywhere up here. I mean, how many times can I shoot you before you get out of the hole? And they really, really don't like the log cabins. Every time I wake one of these guys up, if there's a log cabin nearby, it's going down. Oh, what's our bow skill? 79. 79 is actually ahead of where I'm usually at. That is definitely ahead of where I'm usually at. You're just going to stand here and look at me, so. And every one of those shots in my wooden arrows counts for bow skill gain there, so. We may even be at 80 by the time we hit the motor fight here. Are we finally to the end of this place? Yeah, that's all plains down there. And again, if this is your first time being here, what we're doing is we're doing a limited armor run. And what my limitation is at this point is I can make any piece of armor that I choose. I can make any piece of armor that I want, but the goal is to stay below 65 points total overall armor rating. And it really didn't kick in until we got to the mountains, right? I mean, you could be above 65 in the swamps if you made like all the iron armor and everything you could make, right? I think you could be above 65 points if you really wanted to in the swamps, but I mean that would be a stretch, right? That would be a stretch. You know, we kind of did our typical thing where we got our troll armor and we stayed in troll armor. And then once we got our root armor, and we spent the time on the root armor. Once we got our root armor, we pretty much with the root armor, and root armor's got me at what, 43? 42, really, not counting. I'm kind of throwing the cape in there too, right? I'm still kind of thinking about which armor I want to wear for this fight. Do I want to run the risk and go with the higher bow skill? Where is this guy at? I hear him. I just know with the root armor it will be. What? There he is. I'm looking around. Dealing with a bug, something about flame metal. Let me read this here real quick. Let me get my frost plan, and then we'll read that. Well, the part that scares me about that is getting hit there in the motor fight. If I get hit there in the motor fight, I know for a fact if I get hit there in the motor fight in the root armor, we're going to be in trouble. If I can manage not to get hit there in the motor fight, then the higher bow skill makes the most sense, right? But what's our difference going to be at this point? We're at 79 bow skill now. Is it going to make a huge difference in the amount of damage that I'm doing? Probably not. So I don't know whether to play it safer or just go for it, or maybe we do the motor fight in the one set of gear, and then we come back and do it in the other set of gear or something like that. But if we die on that, it would be kind of a test. Man, how many of you guys are out here? These stone golems are freaking everywhere out here. Oh, I never did go down and pick up all the wood from the little cabin over there, did I? Do I even want to go back? You're just going to destroy this entire stone structure. All right, while you're doing that, where was this other one at? I kind of want to grab all the wood from it. Not that I absolutely need the wood at this point. There it is. That's the only thing left here. Yeah, bow is definitely my all-time favorite Valheim game, or Valheim weapon, but where did the big guy go? You're not beating up on the stone tower anymore. I'm glad that's not my tower. I have no idea where this guy went. Oh, you're hiding over there in the corner. I see you now. You're going to go all the way around the building at this point? Oh, no, you're going to go up the hill. Oh, is he chasing the skeleton? It's the skeleton doing all that damage to you right now, buddy. I promise it is. Wow, if we really needed rocks here. We really needed some rocks here. I really don't need all the rocks. There's a chest up there. No. There. And you guys didn't even have a chest here for me? Really? I still think I hear a bony guy running around in here somewhere, but I certainly don't see him anywhere. and I completely missed my stab. All right, where you at, my furry friend? I keep hearing you. Furry friend down. I heard another Drake. I don't know where he is. And we got another freaking stone golem. I like to aggro the wolves. Let's see how much damage the wolves do here. I'm gonna go over here and get on my hiding spot for a minute. Let's let you guys just battle it out here for a second. Can you get me over here? Did you take care of all the wolves already? Wow. Well, it's a good thing you didn't shoot very well. And he took out... I thought there were two wolves. Was there just one? Might have just been one. I thought there were two of them hanging out over there. Now, how many golems have we killed just on this trip? Just on this trip, how many golems have we killed? I got 40. I got like 40 of the whatchamacallits on me, so we've killed a bunch. That's at least 4, I think. Yeah, I don't need another egg. And look, there is another freaking stone golem right there. Can you even climb the hill? I don't think you can even climb the hill. Maybe I should just leave you down there. I don't think you got a way to get out. I think where he spawned at, he doesn't have a way to get out. I'm gonna take you down to low on health, and then I'm gonna leave you there. I don't know if they despawn if you leave the area. I don't think they do. Buddy, yeah. You're the first guy that's not attacking the tower either. There must not be any skeletons left in that tower. And I think that leaves you with one shot. Wow, I don't even know how I hit that. I can barely see that guy. I'm probably not getting your frost gland though, am I? Oh, we got it. Well, that's 11 on this run. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what the Valheim Plus issue is. They've got to work an alpha fix, but what I've read on the Discord is they're waiting till the next patch before doing something official, because they're pretty sure the next patch is going to break Valheim Plus again. So why they're not going ahead and releasing an official version now, unless somebody's got insight into when that's actually going to take place. Like, you know, if somebody's got the inside track on, hey, they're going to do another update here in like a week or something like that. It's not making any sense to me. It's not making any sense to me why you just wouldn't go ahead and do an official release. But I mean, overall, it works, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure beyond that. Another person chimed in that's not part of the group, right? They're not really part of the group, but they chimed in and said, yeah, it's got to get some kind of official developer okay or something like that, and maybe they can't get hold of that person. I think that's the other thing. Yeah, he seems to be AWOL, but I find it hard to believe. Well, I don't find it hard to believe. Some of me makes me feel like the reason it's hard to believe that there's only one person that can give the official okay is well, it doesn't make any sense, right? It just doesn't make any sense. You've got a mod out there that is available through every single server provider, right? It's available through every single server provider, and is probably one of the most popular mods for Valheim. And you've only got one person that can give the final okay. That's the part that kind of doesn't make any sense to me. I would think there would be at least a second in command there somewhere that there would be somebody else that could give an okay to that, right? You know, somebody else that could say, okay, you know, so and so's not here. We're gonna lean forward and do that. You know. But you know, at the end of the day, I really don't know. It's just kind of what me reading into it, or me thinking logically about what should conspire with it or whatever. But obviously, I have no say-so, or it would be an official version, and we would probably be doing another community run already. We would probably be in the midst of doing another community run already, if they had that. So Valheim Plus at the end of the day is working, but it's an alpha, right? It's an alpha fix. Let me see if I can answer this to the best of my ability. It's an alpha fix that somebody within the community that came up with it, right? And whether they have you know, an official position, I'm not sure, right? But there's an alpha fix, and it's available. It's available on the bit page. It's available through Thunderstore as a fix. It's available somewhere else as a fix, right? But it's labeled either alpha fix or temporary fix. The problem is even if I turn off auto updates on the server and I manually do everything, if for some reason they update the server or there's a Steam thing that comes out and we have to update, it will revert to the old version, and it'll kind of screw everything up until I can actually go back and manually do it again. As well as I remember looking through my server provider's place, is I don't have an option to turn off the auto update. So every time the server does a restart or a reset or anything like that, it's going to update or revert to the old version of Valheim Plus, which is not a working version at this point. So on the personal side, it works fine. On the personal side, it works fine. You know, you can download the alpha fix and you can get it to work and you can play all day long. There's 2 minor bugs with it that I've noticed. One of which just maybe you know, whether it's got anything to do with the alpha fix or not, I'm not sure, but it definitely doesn't have anything to do with the vanilla side of the game. It's where you get an extra row in the chest out in the say the Black Forest or the Meadows. There's an extra row there that shouldn't be there, right? That's really the only thing that I found. The only other thing that I found, and I just hadn't tried it before, so I don't know if this is Reese or not. It would allow me to build a portal inside of the merchants area, and I don't remember ever trying that before, but it would definitely let me do it. It would definitely let me do it. I even threw one up in there, playing around, and it let me do it. It let me link it up. It let me do everything, and I'm like, well, that's not how it should be. But I don't know that that's related to you know, a bug, or if it's a true bug, or what it is there on that. So as it stands right now, I'm going to give it till probably the middle of next week, and we'll make a decision at the middle of next week whether we're just going to open the community server up and do a vanilla run for everybody that wants to participate. And if we can't, you know, I can try doing the beta thing and see how it works, but it would be a known thing going in, right? If we did, or the alpha thing, if we go in there and it screws up and ruins everybody's run, or you know, ruins certain things in the game, then you know we can decide to, you know, maybe live with that. But like I said, I don't think I think by looking around that I didn't submit a support ticket or anything like that, but you know, I didn't see a place to turn off my auto updater in Host Havoc. But it'd be one of those things every day I would have to log in and I would have to check the files every single day and then hope while we were playing that it didn't do some kind of auto update. So I'm hopeful that they'll do something with it, but yeah, I truly don't know at this point. You know, it could be that we go the psycho route. You know, and just allow people to use, you know, mods at their free will for whatever they want to do that are client side only mods. I don't know how that works on the server side. I'm not much of a mod guru. At the end of the day, I'm just not a mod guru, so I don't know how some of that stuff actually works. All right, I think I got most of the mountaintop clear now. I think we're pretty clear up top. I kind of want to go investigate this little plain section that where we landed the boat. I want to see if any of villages are down there. And find a few more needles. I think we got plenty of needles for the fight. And I'm still kind of making up my mind which armor I really want to try to use for this fight. The other thing I wanted to look for were some locks. Are those locks standing over there? Well, you are locks standing over there. You guys are just hanging out over here. Wow, you're just gonna let me shoot you, huh? And your buddy didn't like me shooting him. You can confidently say you're not playing without mass farming. I think I will have to try it. If we end up deciding that we're going to have to do vanilla, then I think the mass farming is client side, and I'm not 100% sure how to get it to work on a server setting, but I think my understanding is it's client side, so you should still be able to use mass farming. Again, I've never used like a mod manager or anything like that. I've just always done things. I've just always done manual updates and done things manually, right? But the only thing that I run is actually Valheim Plus and the mass farming mod, so it works fine locally. I'm not sure how it works in a server setting for that. Nah, yeah, there's not going to be any big rules like that, Spartan. There won't be any big rules like that. If you got a mass farming mod and you want to use it, you're going to be allowed to use it. I think the only mod that I know of that I didn't care for, that somebody used previously on one of the server runs that we did, it caused massive amounts of lag. It was a mod. It was some type of building mod, and I don't remember the name of it. But they basically it was like having a blueprint for a house, and you could walk up with your hoe, and to say a field like this, and it would level the entire area of the house all at one foul swoop, all the way down, just like you didn't even have to worry about pickaxe or anything, and then it would. What else would it do? It'd do something else, or it would place the entire house for you at once. The queen is dead. Nice. Nice. Congratulations, Everworks. Congratulations. But yeah, it would emplace the entire structure down at once. But every time you got close to their structures, it was a horrendous amount of lag. Right? It was a horrendous amount of lag. Everybody congratulate Everworks on a successful queen run. They have gone in, they defeated the queen and kicked her butt. They did it. And that was a solo run, right? Wow, I got more locks here. I really didn't want you locks here right now. Well, between all the stone golems and these guys, we have leveled up to 80 now. Solo, nice, very good. I'm assuming you didn't incur any deaths there. It's a good thing you can't get out of there. Was there another guy in here? It looks like all we got is a totem out of this. I bet that gave you a headache, buddy. I'm waiting for the death mosquito because I didn't want to get knocked off there. There. Now you're just gonna be doing a build? Nice. What you looking to build? Where is this guy going over here? Buddy, I just want the locksmith. I just want the locksmith. If you come over here a little bit closer, things will go a lot faster. I don't think he can get me here. I guess I'm getting ready to find out, aren't I? Yeah, I'll be honest. I like the replayability. I like the replayability of Valheim. I think Valheim's got a good replayability. I think after my initial 2 community runs, I found that I just wanted to go and solo. I wanted to go solo, so I did some solo stuff, and we struggled a little bit in the beginning. I admit that I definitely struggled a little bit in the beginning solo. But once we figured a few more things out, man, it was it was fun. It was fun, and I enjoy. I found out how much I enjoy just the early days of the game, even though it's a kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. Starting over and doing things from scratch or whatever, and certain things are a grind. That's kind of how I figured out. Hey, I can skip this or I can do that or whatever. So I think I probably did. Between community runs and my first solo adventures, I probably did five, probably, yeah, I'm guessing 5 run-throughs before I started, like, really just, shorten things out of the game and staying in troll armor longer and, and different things, right? I just, but I had a blast with it. I had a blast with it. And obviously I'm still having a blast with it. I thought there might be a little village over here or something to take care of. Or some bunny rabbits. I would be okay with some to get some pre-roll bunny rabbits here, but I don't see a bunny rabbit running around right now. Speaking of villages, this thing is right on the edge of the Mistlands. I won't even be able to see. I won't even be able to see this village to do it. But I can almost guarantee there's some bunny rabbits up there that are getting killed, or possibly even some seekers up there. You son of a gun. I was tabbed out, buddy. I was tabbed out. Couldn't you see that? Yeah, I saw some stuff exploding on the hill up there. Do I have a big reason to want to do a bunny rabbit at this point? You guys are coming after me, aren't you? I don't have a huge reason to do. Look at him chasing the bunny rabbit. You guys were supposed to continue chasing the bunny rabbit. I don't want to get hit by you. You have a flaming stick. Come here, bunny. I'll save you. Yeah, I wonder if I can just get one of you guys to come out. Well, that was successful. I don't even know who else is home up there. I don't know if I shoot this guy, who else comes out with him. Oh, you would be a 1-star. Hi from Costa Rica. Welcome in, Costa Rica. How are you? I'm going up here. I'm going for the safety of my rock. I'm gonna make you travel all the way around my rock, and then I'm gonna go down here. While you're beating up the rock, it's not the rock's fault, buddy. It is not the rock's fault. What is he doing up there now? I don't think I can hit him now, not from down here. Searching for a dignity up there? She's searching for something. I guess I'm gonna poison him to death. Oh, I missed that time. Oh, there he goes. I really don't know what else is left out. Oh, he was stuck in a hole. He pounded his way into a hole, and I didn't realize that he pounded his way into a hole there. That's hilarious. Yeah, and I can't even see how far that village goes in there, right? We really don't need to be messing with this at this point, but I kind of thought, well, it's here. It's here. Why not pick on him for a minute? Yeah, he was stuck in a hole up there. I didn't realize he was stuck in a hole. I have no idea what's left in here. I'm not going to be able to see any of them, though. Oh, there's definitely some hiding over there. I think it's probably time, since I'm not going to be able to see these guys. If I can see any of them to shoot right now, I just shoot them, right? But I can't see any of those guys in there. You guys go get the bunny rabbit. Go get the bunny rabbit. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I don't have ears, buddy. I am not the bunny rabbit. I don't see where the bunny rabbit went. That guy was probably chasing him down. I'm gonna have to remember this spot, though. I'm sure there's a bunch of dead bunny rabbit carcasses in there somewhere. But I'm not going to be able to see anything else until I get my mist light or something. Yeah, pretty much the mist light, right? I just don't want to go in there and get blasted because I can't see what's going on. Yeah, getting pretty late in the day. Getting pretty late in the day. I was hoping to see another bunny rabbit or two. Oh, is he still chasing the bunny? Or did he kill the bunny over here somewhere? He might have killed the bunny over here somewhere. Hey, what's up, Red? And thank you for the follow. Appreciate it very much. Is it Ferdu? I don't see any sparklies anywhere like he killed a bunny rabbit. I got a feeling he did. There's probably some dead seekers over there too. Oh, what are you chasing? What are you chasing over here? I'm pretty sure he's over here chasing bunnies. Hey, buddy. I am brave. I am brave. I have no reason to be out here, to be honest with you, but I am. I have no reason to be out here right now. I haven't even done my motor fight yet. Let me do this real quick while I'm thinking about it. And I know that's a bunny rabbit up there on the hill. I know that's got to be bunny rabbit parts up there. Or is that Lox? Can I sneak over here and get this? All right, I'm being a chicken now. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. We still need to go do the motor fight. I think I've kind of sold myself on wearing the Fenry armor for the motor fight. I kind of want to see how it goes. I'm hoping it goes well. And my locks are already back. We can use a few more locks. I don't know if I've gotten a Lox trophy or not. I see one laying down there. Oh, I aggroed the second guy. That means you gotta die faster. That rock almost got me stuck there. That rock almost got me stuck. Get my needle. my bird feathers, and let's beat feet. Let's beat feet back to the portal here. We're not far away. Yep, there's my night spawners. It's only one of you. You were supposed to go after Mr. Skeleton. Get him, Skeleton. Get him. It's like having my own personal bodyguard here. Oh, there went Mr. Skeleton. Sneaky, sneaky. I was trying to be sneaky. I was trying to be sneaky. I think I'm probably pretty close to 80 on bow skill now. And I use like 220 arrows up there. And I keep meaning to switch to the flint arrows and use those guys up to get a little extra damage. But I think I've gotten to the point with bow skill right now. It's probably fairly meaningless. Got you. Let's dump all these rocks that we don't need. Actually, we'll go this way first. Rabbit! We got rabbits. I can't do anything with them. I could cook them. I can cook them, obviously, but well, as I remember, they only give you like 60-20 or something like that, or 55 or something like that. So they're not a great food source, right? They're not a great food source. I think all the cooked meats at this point really aren't. You know, they're really more intended for recipes at this point, more so than anything else. Got that, got that. Yeah, I had Locks trophies already. I couldn't remember if I had them or not. We already gotten 3 totems. We're already sitting pretty good on totems. Where did I put you guys? You're over here, aren't you? Yep, there we go. You're in there. Where did I put you? You're right here. You for there. Let's grab this out and then see if I wear. So that's +3 on movement speed. That would be another +3 on movement speed, right? And then if I wore the Drake helmet, where does that put me at? 59. And that's, yeah, that there's no penalty for movement speed there, so that should make me a little bit quicker on my feet. And that gives me 59 armor rating for this motor fight. I think I'm going to go that route. If we want to go back and test the other one at some point, I think we can. Time to finally use up some bird feathers here. I don't remember how many needle arrows it's going to take me, so we're just going to make a nice fat stack of needle arrows here and yeah, there we go. 200 should be plenty good for that. 200 should be plenty good for that. All right, where'd they put you? Where did they put you? Do I not have another serpent stew made anywhere? I guess I don't. I guess I don't. Matter of fact, let's cook some of you up. Let's cook some of you guys up. I got my stamina meads. We want a couple of these. Just for the boss fight. Yeah, I'll move some stuff around in my hotbar before we do that. I don't have any stamina potions made. I didn't make any stamina potions. Did not make any stamina potions for this. Do I want to wait one more day and make some stamina potions? Do I even have what I need to make stamina potions? I completely forgot about stamina potions. Might as well make a couple of you guys up. Yeah. Got you going. And I really only have the one good stamina food right now, so. Which is basically onion soup. I don't think I have anything better for that. Oh man, serpent meat. It's what's for dinner, right? It's what's for dinner. Somebody is beating on my shack. If I could hit the right button here. We just want one of you. We just want one of you. Who is out there beating on my shack right now? Well, whoever you were, you went away. All right, let's. We're gonna wait one more day for stamina potions. Forgive me, I completely forgot. We got 18 minutes, so those should be done by the time we hit daylight again tomorrow. So, and I kind of want to run around with this on and see how it feels with the bow. We may just go back up to the mountain once we replant here, and go run around and see if we like our bow skill. See if we like our bow skill. I'm sitting at like 80 on bow skill right now, so I don't think that's going to be an issue, to be honest with you. I don't think there's a huge difference. Oh, you. A mass onion plant. Really don't need too many more here. I think I'm going to be pretty good on onions for a while. No, not you, not you. Yeah, this should be good. I'm way good on seeds now, way good on seeds. What's better for the fight? So that's the other thing I was thinking of. Am I better off with Ike there or bone mass for the motor fight? What does bone mass do for me again? I don't even remember. I'm assuming I'm better off with bone mass, even though stamina is going to be my key ingredient there. Think reduced physical damage is the way to go? All right. Yeah, why not? We'll use bone mass. We'll use bone mass. Well, I mean, I hardly ever use bone mass, right? I hardly ever use bone mass. To be honest with you, I use when I remember to hit the power. When I remember to hit the power, more often than not, I typically run the one for stamina, being a bow user. Just when it's time to run, right? When it's time to run, when it's time to beat feet and run. You know, that extra or that drop off in your stamina drain. So it's one of the reasons that I kind of used it. But yeah, I hate that it doesn't tell you. Here, let's do this. Blunt, slash, and pierce. So I'm assuming the ice crystals that she shoots is blunt, right? That's the only thing I can think of. So I'll be keeping my distance, doing it with a bow. So I don't think slash will really come into play, and pierce. I don't think she does anything that's pierce, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But blunt. Yeah, stamina. I thought I'm thinking is stamina at this point. I'm actually thinking. I've been running around with bone mass. A lot of times I just forget to use my power. And so my goal here is to stay far enough away from her and just shoot a lot of arrows. Right, just shoot a lot of arrows at her. That's going to be my goal for this fight. So I'm thinking. I'm actually thinking that it might be more handy to just take Ike there with me. If we get hit at this lower armor rating anyway, I got a feeling we might be in trouble either way. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm doing this at lower armors too, Jason. I'm doing this at lower armors too, so you know it's I really don't want to get hit, and I feel like stamina when I do have to run, a little bit or dodge a little bit, that I would probably rather have stamina at this point. The goal is not to get hit, but if we get hit, well, it's one of the reasons I'm not wearing the root armor at this point. It would be nice to have the root armor and get the extra bow skill to get the extra damage. But at the end of the day, I think the difference in 15 points and damage-wise is not going to be. It's not going to make a huge difference. You know, if it makes 10 arrow shots difference, I'd be surprised. But I did the root armor on the community run one day, and she hit me with one of the ice blasts. And well, basically she got me with two of them. She hit me with one, and then she hit me with another one, and when she hit me with the second blast, it took me out. So I think the root armor is kind of, it just doesn't offer enough for me. Yeah, because we're going to do this range. We're going to try as best possible to do all this fight ranged, right? We're probably going to be ranged for the entire fight. Back to Pirate Portal. Arr! Yeah, I think the only time that I usually get hit with the crystals is when I'm just not practicing what I preach, right? I'm just not practicing what I preach sometimes, and I end up getting hit with the ice crystals. In other words, you think you can get that, oh, I can get one more bow shot in. I can get one more bow shot in, and I just have to remember, hey, when it looks like she's getting ready to launch the ice crystals at me, it's time to run diagonally for her direction of travel or whatever, and see if I can avoid getting hit with any of those. All right, how many stone golems are back up here already? Yeah, I'm waiting on my stamina potions to Why is that so large in the bottom right hand corner of my screen? I'm waiting on my stamina potions to get done. So it's gonna be tomorrow morning at this point. And I left a few trees here. I left a few trees to serve as a little bit of blocker. I'm just gonna leave the bigger trees, right? The little trees don't matter. These guys have been here every stinking time I come up here. This is definitely a stone golem mountain here. Every time I come up here, there's one of these guys. Between the locks and you guys, I've been going up like crazy on bow skill. I'm just making your legs tired. I'm just making your legs tired, buddy. Now these guys, these freaking these stone golems are everywhere up here. I honestly feel like they buff stone golems as far as their spawn rate and how many are actually up here. I hear this guy. I hear this guy. Another freaking stone golem. I'm probably going to have to fight these guys for 10 minutes when I come up here. Because I keep thinking, well, if I kill most of them off, and come up here the following day, that they won't be here. But yeah, every time I come up, they're here. So it seems like there's no reprieve on the stone golems right now. They're just... Where'd my buddy go? There you are. I'm up here, buddy. Well, that hit for 91 with a wooden arrow. I wasn't sure if he could get to me on that ledge or not, so I'm like, yeah, I'm jumping down. I'm jumping down. You made a hole here. I'll hit you eventually. Keep thinking if I chew some of these rocks up there, I could put a workbench here. I could put a couple of workbenches around here just to see if it will prevent the stone golems from spawning right here near me. I don't know exactly where all their locations are, though. That should have a pretty big radius. Should have. Yeah, we got a couple of rocks here to hide behind. We got some trees for her to take out that we can hide behind a little bit. I think it's a pretty good area to do motor, to be honest with you. I think the last run through that I did, my motor area was a lot smaller. And considering how far we had to come to sail for this. Man, you guys have been good to me on the frost glands. Can I get up here? Man, you guys, I mean, it's just been drake after drake. I will definitely take the drakes at this point. I heard another one, but I don't see him anywhere. Well, you're way the heck over there. Can I aggro you this way? If I shoot by you? There we go. Where's my furry critter? I heard you. Oh, that's right. That's the guy I abandoned over there. I took out all the wooden platform underneath of him, and he's just standing up there keeping guard ever since. Probably don't need any more obsidian at this point. Hey, there's an ice cave over here. I can mark that for future reference. I don't have a big need to go in there right now. I hear you, Mr. Furry Critter. There we go. That's what I wanted. You to come my way. And we get the other guy to come this way. Good evening to you, Twisted CPU. Yeah, I'm just waiting on my stam potions. Once my stam potions are ready. Once my stam potions are ready, which they should be ready by morning time, I think. Yeah, I was trying to make up my mind which armor I wanted to wear for the fight. I gotta try to not get hit by any of the ice crystals. That's the only part that makes me nervous. Is you know, sometimes I'm not the best at not getting hit by the ice crystals. I'm running all the way down to the Mistlands here. I thought about doing it in root armor, but I've done it in root armor once, and it wasn't a good outcome. So I'm kind of going with the higher armor rating here. We just have to kind of be careful that we're not going to get hit. We got to really try hard not to get hit. Yeah, so I can't use silver on this front. I could, and I am using some silver, but we got to stay below an armor rating of 65. We got to stay below an armor rating of 65, and I'm pretty sure any silver armor at this point puts me over that armor rating. You know, I might be able to, yeah, I could bump my cape up. I could bump my cape up a couple, which, you know, we could get a few extra. We could get a few extra damage points out of doing the cape. There won't be any penalty for that. Heck, at this point, I could just put the troll cape on, right? Let's see if I'm wearing. Resistant versus frost. So I could actually wear the other cape, right? I could actually wear my troll hide cape, or I could just upgrade this one. We get a few extra damage points out of that, but not a ton. That's you. Hey, what's up, Skash? How are you today? Yeah, get rid of some of these rocks. You and you go in there. Let me remember to do this real quick. Oh, nice. What kind of data are you after on that? Oh, no problem, no problem. I try to be mindful, and every now and then I got a mod that shows up and does it for me a little bit, but for the most part, I usually stop and do it myself. I usually kind of stop and do it myself. Hey, I took a bunch of onions to the mountains. I really didn't need to take all those onions to the mountains, did I? Red mushrooms. We may have to go on a red mushroom collection before this is over. Might have to go on a red mushy collection. Names of the modems I connect into the internet. I gotcha. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I take my cultivator on adventures. I take my hoe a lot of times on adventures. I don't have it on me right now, but a lot of times, you know, as long as I've got inventory and space with it, which typically I do, that's the one advantage running modded. I have extra inventory space, right? And I take my hoe a lot of times on road trips, and you know, and get everything I need out of that. We're gonna put you there. What else do I need? You're gonna go there. You're gonna go up here. You're gonna go up here. Yeah, I actually managed to hoe my way through a canal. We were trying to get my motor location was horrible again on this spawn. So we had to cut through. We had to cut through right here, and there was a little passageway right here. There was a little passageway right here, and yeah, I just got out and hoed everything down. But like when I'm doing a lot of mining, whether it's silver mining or copper mining, the hoe comes in super handy, right? It comes in super handy for all that. Definitely a good tool to have when you're whether you're copper mining, silver mining. It's definitely good for that. It's good in the swamp sometimes if you like to make little pathways and get out of the water, so you have to worry about leeches a little bit less. I've done several things like that, and then every now and then You know, every now and then, rather than, you know, you could go the route that you could just destroy your boat and go a couple of different routes, right? You can do a couple of different things, and yeah, I usually, if I can get away with it, I just get out, get in the water, and get it like waist level. As long as my character is a little better than waist level, and hoe the ground around me. Sometimes I can unstick the boat or something like that. I figured running around the mountains where we've been running around for like the last hour, though, is probably not much of a need for the hoe at this point. Oh, I guess it's motor time. I'm really hoping that throwing those workbenches out up there, I'm really hoping that throwing those workbenches out there are going to keep the spawners down on me. This is going to keep the because there's been stone golems all over this freaking mountain. Every time I turn around, there's another stone golem there. Inactive wards. Yeah, I could have done that. It's a little bit late at this point. I'm gonna go back up to the motor mountain at daybreak here, and do a quick lap around and make sure there's no stone golems. Hit a few rocks. Make sure there's no stone golems before we actually start the boss fight. Right. I just don't want a stone golem to show up in the middle of the motor fight, because that just makes things a pain in the butt. At the end of the day, it just makes things a pain in the butt. I can kind of deal with it, but you know, I don't want to have to deal with it. I already know that there'll probably a couple of wolves come up there after me. You know, and maybe another drake or something like that will come up there after me. So you know, I just want I just don't want the stone golems, because it just takes too long to kill the stone golems. Well, I mean, if I whip out if I go with 5 on the stone golem, I could probably take him down pretty quick. But meantime, motor's going to be shooting, you know, shards of ice at me, right? You know, a lot of times I use the stone golems when I'm running around the mountain to raise my bow skill. What's more powerful, fire or obsidian? Needles. Needle arrows give you the highest overall damage. I don't know, you know, damage over time with fire arrows. But as well as I remember, the pierce value with fire arrows is so low, even if you're using the Draugr Fang bow. Even if you're using the Draugr bow, right, the pierce value is 22. And then you get the damage over time, right? You get the damage over time with fire. I'm sorry, pierce is 11. And fire is 22. Yeah, well, it's actually less, but you get the fire benefit. I think it's been a long time since I actually tested fire arrows on motor. But from what I remember, you know, staying close enough to see the damage numbers from fire only tick. I think it only ticks around maybe 4 at a time on fire damage, and that fire damage only lasts for, you know, 10 or 15 seconds or whatever. So between the less pierce value and everything like that, I typically don't run the fire arrows. I typically go out and kill some death mosquitoes off, maybe do a goblin village or two, and get a stack of needles for the motor fight. Because at the higher bow skill, from what I remember, I used to have a little notepad with some things wrote down on it, and I've kind of lost it. From what I remember, with the fire arrow, you're only going to get around 40 points of damage per hit. With the needle arrows, we should be doing 80 to 100. I don't think either one of them are hard necessarily, because I play ranged. You know, we're definitely playing ranged for the fight, so I don't think either one of them are super hard. They're a little harder to solo at the end of the day. But YAG most of the time, you know, and in a couple of days we'll do YAG, right? Probably the middle of next week sometime. We will get the YAG, and I use frost arrows against YAG, and kind of keep my distance and just work around the inner circle for the most part, and then half my pillars to dodge behind when I need to dodge behind one of the pillars, right? I've done melee before, and I found that I can do it with bow just as fast as I can do my bow just as fast usually as anything else on Yag. You know, so I've gone in with the Froster, I've gone in with the Silver Sword and that kind of stuff. By the time you end up having to vacate a couple of times or getting hit by attack or run from the meteors, get your stamina back up, run back in, that kind of stuff, I find the fight is about the same. Yeah, and I'm in no hurry. I'm in no hurry. We're at day 153, and I'm just now getting the motor. I'm thinking about doing an accelerated run maybe on my next run. You know, I'm trying to work out details and get the community server up. You know, and if we get all that done, then we'll probably do a community server run in between. But I've been thinking about doing, seeing how fast I can actually progress through the world. When it was through Yag in the past, the fastest I've ever done through Yag was 84 days. I've never really put a time limitation on anything else. We defeated the Queen on my last solo permadeath run that wasn't a limited armor run. We defeated the Queen, I think it was on day 214 or 215 or something like that. So I go a little faster too because I do run modded, right? I hear this wolf, but I can never find him. I hear him off in the distance. I'm just making sure we got nobody else. You got to experience the galls. Yeah, the galls are a lot of fun. They can be a lot of fun. As long as you can see them before they see you, you can take them out with frost arrows pretty quickly. That's typically what I do, but every now and then one kind of crops up that I didn't see, right? Every now and then you get one of those that crops up that, you think you got everything covered, and all of a sudden you got this guy coming in. I'm usually pretty good at seeing the goals, because you can hear them from a good distance, right? You can usually hear them from a good distance, so I'm usually pretty good about seeing them before they see me. And as long as they're a decent distance away and I have some kind of cover, I will just sit there and use my frost arrows and take them apart. All right, I got that on 8, that on 7. I'm gonna eat one of these guys. We're gonna remember to use our power for a change. What am I forgetting here? I know I'm forgetting something. Let's equip the needle arrows. There you are. Miss number 1. Oh, you landed already? Heck. I hope he doesn't aggro the workbench at this point. Let's go up here. Let's do a number 8. Yeah, see, I'm getting some damage numbers near 100 right now with the needles, and from what I remember, I can't get anywhere close to that kind of damage with fire arrows. There was 102 there. And plus I've got the Draugr, so I'm getting poisoned. Do a number 8 again. Wow, I can't believe he landed again already. $104, $114. All right, we need some stamina. I see you looking at me. I see you looking at me, buddy. You can just sit there if you like. Won't break my heart a bit. All right, motor down. I think my highest bow shot there was 114. I don't, like I said, from what I remember, you can't get anywhere near that damage value, even counting your fire stacks, right? I'm at so I'm big on skills, Skash. I'm big on skills. I'm at 81. That's kind of typical for me. Bow is my favorite weapon. I usually make the fine wood bow by about day 5 in the game, and you know, go from there. The damage difference between well, the damages that I was seeing there, and let's say if I was like 70 on bow skill, wouldn't be greatly different. Yeah, I'm big on working on certain skills, you know, going into boss fights. Like, you know, when we went to do, before we did, you know, so obviously when I start out early, I usually make a club first. And I use a club a lot, and I use the hammer a lot, right? The hammer and the club, you know, count for the same category. And I usually like to get my club up to around 45, maybe 50 before we go and hit bone mass. But my primary weapon against all the bosses other than bone mass is usually the bow. So that's what I focus my attention on, and just, you know, I stick with it through pretty much through thick and thin, right? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So I just make it a huge priority, right? I did a little practice run today because I'm thinking about doing an accelerated run next. I did a little practice run today, and I can typically get the bow in 5 days. The fine wood bow. I usually manage to get the fine wood bow in about 5 days. Sometimes it takes a couple of extra days. Sometimes it's you know, I think the quickest I've ever done is like 4 days, right? You know, so, you know, if I can find a suitable place to live like quickly, I will make the fine wood bow, you know, and right off the bat, you know, especially if you could get lucky and find a couple of the little campsite structures that have the core wood in there. That way you don't even have to go into the Black Forest to get the core wood you need. You can find a couple of those little campsite structures. I think each one of them gives you, maybe, if you're lucky and it's a triple campsite, I think it gives you like 6 fine wood right off the bat. So if you can find 2 of the campsite structures to get your core wood, and then obviously just kick some logs around, haul some trees and kick some logs around, and get your fine wood, I can usually make that fine wood bow in about 4 or 5 days. Let's go kill Ike there and the Elder. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need any armor, but not if you keep your distance. Not if you keep your distance. Well, I guess we're kind of done with here, aren't we? We are done with here. Do I want to leave the motor portal up here in case we want to come back and revisit anything? I guess I can at this point. It's not like I'm really hurting for portal mass at this point. So we can relabel this guy motor and just leave it here. Because I do want to come back at some point when we're not doing permadeath. I do want to come back at some point and do it. Well, I would have to bring in a character that's not 100 bow skill. So I don't know if that's a waste or not. Yeah, it's nice to have armor, and I always tell people that a lot of folks that come by here that are doing like their first run through or whatever, and they want my recommendations for like what to skip and everything like that. I usually tell them to make everything. At the end of the day, if you're brand new to the game, I tell you to make everything, make all your weapons, make all your armors, play the game through in its entirety one time, and then figure out from there what you would like to skip. What you would think about skipping, what you would consider skipping, because I think it boils down to play style sometimes. A lot of folks want to jump in the game and just get it done as quickly as possible. Me, I like to kind of sit back and smell the roses a little bit. I'll be honest. I will kick around and smell the roses for a little bit. We'll build a few things and goof around and do some different things. But I always recommend, if you're new to the game, make everything. Figure out what you like. Figure out what your play style is, and then go based on your play styles. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's like I had somebody came by chat. It was last week, and we were in troll armor running around the swamps. They're like, "Oh, you didn't do bronze armor," and I'm like, "No, I didn't." Oh, so I can just skip bronze armor. And I told him, I was like, "Well, that's up to you. It depends on whether you're trying to play ranged, if you're primarily a melee player, if you have, it depends on play style in my book on what armor you should and shouldn't make, right? I think I wouldn't be as liberal on armor right now if I was more of a melee character, right? If I was more of a melee character, I think I would consider other armors that I don't right now. But primarily playing ranged, I can usually wear troll armor. I mean, matter of fact, I did a run. It's been over a year ago. I did a run where we went all the way through Yagluth and just troll armor. So. Yeah, that's no good, right? That's no good. I mean, I said I want people to have fun playing the game the way they want to play it, but at the same time, I don't, even though there's some good options out there, there's some really good strats out there. I think it depends on your play style, right? I think it really depends on your play style and how good you are. If you're somebody that really parries very well and hardly ever misses, or if you're somebody that that dodges really well and that different things, I think that opens up other things for you. Because one of the last things I want to is somebody to come in and go, oh well, you told me I could get away with troll armor in the swamps. Well, you can, but a 2-star Draugr archer one-tap me, and they will. If you're in troll armor and you're swamps, and you come across a 2-star Draugr archer, there is a very good chance if he sees you first and gets a bow shot on you, you're going down. That's the bad part about it. Now, if you're in like bronze armor and you're in the swamps, and you got a 2-star Draugr archer, he's only going to take about half your health. It's about half your health if you see a 2-star Draugr archer in the swamps. In full up bronze armor, you're not going to get one tapped. In troll gear, there's a good chance you're going to get one tapped, especially if they shoot your character in the back. Now, I haven't done an accelerated run in a little while. Yeah, if you're playing in a group, if you're playing in the group, I think the tower shield has its benefits. Most people don't make the tower shield because of the parry bonus thing. But I'll be honest, my first couple of playthroughs of Valheim, my first couple of playthroughs of Valheim, I used the tower shield, and I don't know if you played when the game released or not, Skash. And I'm saying Skash. Is it Skash or Skosh? I don't know. Oshkosh something. Anyway, yeah, my first couple of playthroughs, and this was early on in the game. You could go out and kill a serpent, and then once you got iron, you could make the serpent the tower serpent shield. And the tower serpent shield used to actually be as good, if not better, than the black metal shield. So I used to make the tower serpent shield. If you really like shields, early game, you know, when I say early game, as long as you have access to the iron, if you kill a couple of serpents and grab the scales and make that shield, from what I remember, it's as powerful as the black metal shield, and you can get it while you're in the swamps, which is really cool. I mean, because if you can get it that early, and it's still the most powerful shield in the game, and like I said, it used to be. I haven't looked at it lately. I'd have to log out of this character and log into another server and go and tell you what the differences are. But I used to run around with the tower shield. The important thing, you know, the bad thing about the tower shield is obviously it slows you way down. So if you want to go 90 miles an hour everywhere, you know, the serpent or the any tower shield is going to slow you way down. But it is much better for blocking armor, right? And obviously no parry bonus. So, you know, I don't look at that as a bad thing. If you're playing really tanky and you use a tower shield, you're going to end up leveling up. I think you're going to end up leveling up, you know, your clubs and stuff a little bit faster that you're using to, you know, to do your attack with or whatever. You know, I still think it's a usable item. I think all the weapons in the game are usable. I just think it boils down to personal preference most of the time, what people prefer, you know, and their play style as to what they're actually using. But I ran around forever with a tower shield. You know, we can do that real quick. If you really want to see what the tower shield does, or how good it is, let's see. You're still R1. You know, need to go back to Pirate Portal. And do I have a motor sign up here? I do not have a motor sign up here. I thought I put a motor sign up here somewhere. Tetrafish, Plains Farm, Trader, Bone Mass, Yag. Let's just go with green. If I can find the right buttons. If I can spell it right. Boop. All right, we got a motor sign up. We left a portal there. We got a portal there. You're good. Let's go check the Plains Farm. Let's go check the Plains Farm. And we got quite a boating trip to get back. Quite a boating trip to get back from where we're at. But we're just going to plan on hitting plains everywhere, right? Everywhere we go that there's plains, that's what we're going after at this point. Plains after plains after plains after plains. Look, we didn't even need those stamina potions we waited on. Didn't even need you guys. We do need to put all this stuff up, don't we? We do need to put all this stuff up. Do I have a bunch of iron nails? I got one iron nail. That's not good. That's not good. We need more iron nails. We're definitely going to need the iron nails. And why I can never find them on the list. There they are. Alright, that should be enough to do everything we need. Where do I want this workbench? Where do I want this guy at? He really doesn't need to go any place too cool, right? Actually, I am not going to put that workbench here. You know, this is the most useless workbench in the game right now, right? You could just go... I think you could just go right in here for now, because we really don't need to access you for anything. We're not making any bolts right now or anything else. We got to figure out a place we're going to put our ovens, which... You know, I always forget about the ovens. I always forget about the ovens. Can't really put you there. I could put them out back here. I think my other option is maybe... Yeah, maybe let's get rid of the table and the chair that are here. Let's get rid of you guys. Let's just put you over here somewhere, out of sight, out of mind for now. Actually, do I even need that? I don't even need that table and chair up. I've got everything else up, right? I've got everything else up. I don't even need that table and chair. And let's see, we want... Take you out just in case, just in case. Crafting wise, we need... Oh, are you not gonna like me here? Why aren't you liking me here? Well, that one likes me. Why don't you like me? What's in your way right here that you don't like? That guy, maybe? All right, what don't you like here? There's something that you don't like. All right, let's grab the hoe. Let's try that. Let's try that. What is it that this doesn't like? Post that comes out of the wall. Oh, that thing? Interesting. I didn't see that. Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't figure out why it didn't like me there. Now it likes me. How do you like me now? Yes, you like me now. Thank you for that. I did not see that. I would have spent 10 minutes trying to figure out why that didn't like me there. Look at this. I got a guy out scratching my new ovens, buddy. These are brand new. These are brand new. Out here beating up on my brand new ovens. Yeah, I didn't see. Somehow that was that one sticking in the ground. I don't even know what that's from. I couldn't even tell you what that was from, right? I have no idea what that was from. All right, we got you guys up. Spinning wheel, you know what? I'm just gonna put you over here in the corner somewhere, out of sight, out of mind at this point. I might even just move this out to the Plains farm at some point. I do have some stuff for it already. Let's see. We got this. You know what? And we got a little storage chest right there, so this will work out perfectly. You can go there. We need our blast furnace up. And we've already got some metal we can cook up in that. And then after that, it's just make a spot for the windmill. Let's see, hot tub's there now. Look at that! I did my rock walkway after this, right? Look here, buddy. Look here. We'll have none of that. We're 82 on bow skill now. 82 on bow skill. Yeah, I really don't need to access the other side, so we'll go like that. And oh, there we go. All good. Can I access both ports? Yep. Let's get you loaded up. Let's get you rolling. I've already got some black metal. I think black metal at this point is pretty much going to be for weapons more than anything else. We need to get, let's see, we need to get our cooking rack up. We need our pots and pans up. That we need. All right, you're going. Let's see, windmill. Where do we want to put the windmill at? You know, I could take down those little structure back here and just put it out back, but I kind of want it close. I kind of want it close. We haven't used this structure at all anyway. We do one of these early game. We do one of these early game, that way, early game when I'm doing a permadeath, that I got something that I can jump up on and just shoot things with the bow or whatever. You know, I might just put it right here. I got a whole bunch of stone anyway. We might just put it right here. Are you gonna like me right here? Are you gonna like me right here? All you guys are gonna be blue, right? Yeah, we'll do one more wide for fun. That way I can place an even amount of blocks up here. We needed to get rid of some rocks anyway. We had more rocks than we knew what to do with. Where the heck are my steps? Yeah, I could go one more wide, but I really don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters. Windmill is up. Collect all of our goodies right here. You know what's in the way right now? Let's just move you over here somewhere. Anywhere, anywhere. Just kind of out of the walkway, right? Just kind of out of the walkway. Throw you guys in there. Throw that back in there. We'll just let you hide out right there. We'll let you hide out right there. Probably won't need any real protection for this.
Goodbye, everybody.
Psycho is gone already? What in the world?
Gotta leave you all behind and face
What in the world? All right, catch you later, Psycho. Appreciate you hanging out with me as always. Appreciate you hanging out with me as always. How many black metal is that? 14. Psycho must have to get up early tomorrow. Psycho must have to get up early tomorrow. He's usually here to at least 2 or 3 a.m. Good night, Psycho. You have a good one, buddy. All right, this should get yeah, let's eat some food while we're doing this. Let's eat some food. Oh, I used up all my rocks and I got a dandelion in my rock spot. Yeah, you can go back in there for now because I don't need you to carry you around with me right now. I do need to remember that I'm going to need another portal before we go out running around since we left one up top with motor. You can just go in there for now. Weak. Weak. Let's see. Pot and pan rack. Where are we putting you at? Some fine wood, some copper, some iron, some green metal. Where are we putting this guy at? Should we just cover up the window here? Oh, I can't cover up the window there. I've already got that one in that window. How about over here above the ovens? Cauldron level 4. So what did that open up for us? Nothing much because I haven't gotten any barley or anything yet out of the garden and got that processed. So let's go unlock the rest of our recipes. Let's go out and I think it should be time for the plains garden to be recycled or turned over. We don't need you anymore. We'll throw those up there. You know, I just want to wear this around for a little bit. I like being able to go 90 miles an hour everywhere. Got you guys. Yeah, let's go out to the Plains farm. I'm thinking it's time to turn these guys over. Should be. I'm hoping that it is. What's up, Mr. Strat? All right, everything explode for me. Do it, do it. Nada. There it goes. There it goes. Oh my god! You wouldn't think the speed buff was that big a difference, but holy cow, can your guy move around with this outfit on? Man, you can fly with this outfit. What's my armor rating's 49 right now, so we dropped 10 points on armor rating, but I'm getting to the point where I'm pretty high anyway on my bow skill, so. What you been playing lately, Strat? You still playing your what is it, medieval dynasty or whatever? Or you just been doing a little golfing? What you been into? Oh, nice. You got a group you're playing with? I've watched you do. I've watched you do some golf games in the past. I've watched you do it a little bit, but you've always been solo. I'm assuming you can do like a. Is there like a group play option with that you've been doing? You know, how much flax do I really need here? I don't even know. I don't even know how much flax I really need. I guess we'll plant some here and then we'll figure it out. We're gonna get some anyway from doing some of these goblin villages that we're gonna end up doing. Online matches are nice. It never really dawned on me that was available, but why not, right? Taming some locks. You gotta put a saddle on them and ride them around a little bit. Let's grab that, and that can go here. Yeah, I've never really done that. I've I know some folks that have had a lot of fun with it. I've actually never done it. I've never tamed the locks. And I think I made the saddle, and then I'll put it this: somebody else tamed some locks. I think I made a saddle or two, and I rode around for just a little bit on one. But I've heard tell that you know, once you get your riding level pretty high, you can take them on outright adventures, right? You can just take them on a big adventure and go just about anywhere, which includes a little swimming adventure, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the wolves are fun. I think the only time I really played around, you know, there was 2 times that I played around with the wolves. One time it was a community server run, and we just decided after everything was kind of all said and done that we wanted to tame some wolves and go after and do the yag fight with the wolves. So we did that, and then the other time It was on one of my community server runs. The place I picked for a house backed right up to a mountain. It backed right up to a mountain, and it was a short distance from the shoreline. You know, it was maybe out, you know, maybe 200 meters off the shoreline, and then you started up, you know, a decent mountain. It wasn't a very big mountain, but it was a decent mountain. It made a really good backdrop. I built my house there because I thought it looked cool. At the end of the day, I thought it looked cool, so I built my house there, and I ended up taming some on that one. And I pretty much just let them run free at that point. They were running all over the place. Yeah, 2 stars are hard to come by. 2 stars are hard to come by. I think most of what I had were regular, and then I ended up with some 1 stars, but other than that, yeah. You know, every now and then when you get a good starter island, I think about taming some wolves and go on that route. You know, when you get a good starter island and you got a couple of mountain biomes that are on your starter island where you can actually run your wolves around the starter island, that kind of thing, I think that's super convenient. I actually watched a guy one time. He did something similar to me, right? He happened to get a starter island that was had a couple of mountain biomes on it, and he built his house right on the edge of the mountain biome of the Black Forest, and it was hell for a couple of days. But he ended up trapping like 3 wolves on like day 10 or 12 or something like that. And he trapped the 3 wolves and tamed them, and it was pretty awesome after that because he still had to go do Ike Fear, he still had to go do the Elder, and I think if I remember correctly, the Elder ended up on his island, or he had to build a bridge across like a little canal. But I think he used his wolves for like the first 2 boss fights, which made it pretty cool. Oh, sorry, I was getting something to drink there. Almost time to go refill the water glass. All right, where are we got now? Do we have everything up we need at this point? I don't need a black metal chest. That doesn't do anything for me. We don't need the fancy chair. That doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, let's put a red carpet down just because. Don't care about the rabbit rug. We got one of those up. We got one of everything up. Our comfort level's maxed out. I don't even know why I'm looking at that. Crafting wise, we got the butcher's block. We got that. We got that. The only thing we're missing is the moral and pestle. We got our oven up. We got all of our workbench attachments, stone cutter. That's got to be up to put everything else up. All you guys are up. We got our blast furnace up. You're smelting away on some green metal. We got our windmill up. We just need to unlock our recipes, right? We just need to unlock our recipes at this point. I love that noise. I love that noise. But what do you guys think are some of the coolest sounds in the game? I don't know why that's one of them for me right there. That's one of them for me right there. When you get that where it spits out, you know, when you come over here and it spits them out or whatever. I don't ask me why I think that's a cool noise. The other one I like is like the brain matter. So I think when I was in there was a chat that I was in the other day. They were talking about some of the coolest noises in the game. I think loading the brain matter is one of the coolest noises in the game. Don't ask me why. Oh, is that everything? That's everything. That's everything. I am gonna have to chop some more trees at some point. Down to 390 coal, yeah. Usually when I start getting into that last stack, it'll be time to go out and do some more of that. And that should have unlocked all of our recipes at this point. Let's make sure it did. Yeah, blood pudding, you'll be available. It'll be a little while before we can make the better foods. We gotta get caught up, and I may go out and expand my garden just a little bit. Bread dough. I may go out and expand the garden just a little bit. Serpent stew, you're already there. Where's my uncooked lox pie? You're there. Fish wraps. 70 and 23. I think that's everything we should have unlocked now. That's all that unlocked. I don't think we unlocked anything new over here, right? Oh, the lock saddle. The horn of celebration. I don't think I've actually made one of those yet. I don't know. I don't think I've actually made one of those. Ooze bombs, upgrade rise. Yeah, I could upgrade my lox cape for now. I've got enough to make another one if I need to. So black metal knife, you're there now. Black metal shield. Why do they even call them black metal? Why do they even call them black metal if... Oh, I was hovered over the wrong thing. Okay, never mind. Black metal shield, yeah, we'll make one of those eventually. I think I'm okay running around with the silver shield right now anyway. Black metal axe. Yeah, we'll wait till we get caught up and we'll make a couple of things at once. We'll wait till everything kind of gets processed. And obviously the black metal pick is not there yet. The black metal axe gear is there. The crystal battle axe. I've never really gotten into the axe gear and the battle axe. Right? I know they can be fun. I know they can be good weapons, especially if you're doing a group play. But usually solo wise, I tend to stay away from them. They're stamina hogs. They're big stamina hogs. We might make a porcupine for this run. I don't know. I think probably not. I think probably not because we're gonna do mostly bow, right? We're gonna do mostly bow. And I think my other forge, my Black Forest forge, we're making a big assumption right now that we're gonna get through the next fight. I think the black metal forge will actually fit right here. The other part will fit right here. The Galder table will fit right there. We may have to move you over here somewhere out of the way, out of sight, out of mind. $17 of those guys now. Let's see here. Let's look at the map. Where the heck are we? We're way out here in the middle of nowhere. And we kind of did that village. I actually need to work back this direction. But what we might do, I need to put another portal kit on me. Excuse me, is we might run this area of plains here by the plains farm. See if we can pick off a couple of villages there. And then, like I said, we're going to have to make a sailing trip back. We've already covered most of this plains. I don't know how far out that actually goes, but we'll leave. We've got a portal on Motor Mountain, so if we want to go back out and investigate this area, we can always go out to and portal down and come down the mountain and look at those mistlands. Those mistlands there seem pretty small as far as depth. Like there wasn't a lot of room between that and the shoreline. So I think my odds at finding a whole lot of good stuff out there probably not too good. But yeah, we need to make another boating trip. We got to get all the way back over this direction somewhere and start hitting up some plains. But I think right here is where we can go tomorrow morning. We can go up here, take a look at this guy, and then we've got a Yagluth portal. I know there's some villages out there we can go and do, but we can go and knock out a couple of villages. I don't think I've done any of the villages around the Yagluth site, and we've got a portal out there. Might even just make another boat rather than sail all the way back. I don't know yet. I may just leave this guy parked here temporarily, but we need to go out and do a little serpent hunting too, right? I'm just waiting for my other foods to flash, and then we're gonna sing a lullaby and go to bed for a little bit. Let's see what happens when I put this on. That doesn't put me over the limit. Nope, it doesn't put me over the limit. This will actually make planes travel a little bit faster. All right, all my foods are flashing now. Let's just reset the day here. Look at that thing go now. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, am I gonna get a dream? We didn't even get a dream out of that. It's good enough for 14 of you guys. Actually, let's put the last of this in here. Let's keep you loaded up for now. I almost thought about putting a second one up to get ahead, but it's okay. We're going to be out running around it. It'll do its thing. It'll do its thing. I already got 81 of you guys. We're doing good. We are doing good. Oh, I can't wait to get some better stamina food. I can't remember bread though. Is bread though stamina food? I can't remember right now. No, I don't need that advertisement. Yeah, bread dough's a stamina food. Might actually make a little bread dough this time. I don't usually make a bread dough, but we might make a couple. How many do I get out of that? Yeah, I'm not caught up enough at this point to worry about it. Oh, we need to do this. We need Mr. Portal with us. You know what? Let's just put these. Let's just put these in here right now. I want to try this for a little bit, see how it goes. Wood, where you at? Yeah, close enough. Let's see. You're by the boat. Let's see. That's Plains Farm. You're still Pirate Portal 1. Actually, let me check something real quick. Yeah, we haven't explored this at all, so. Let's take a quick gander out here, see if we've got any villages out here. Ah, you hurt. You hurt now. Oh, you're a 1-star guy. I bet you will hurt if you hit me with that spear. I might actually switch back to the root chest piece. Just for the Pierce value. It's nice being able to go really fast out here. That root chest, man, that was 37 points that the Mosquito hit me for. I can only imagine what it'll be if we get one of the 1-star spear guys, right? Yeah, don't really need the tar. Looks like a village right there. Village and a tower. We're far enough away from the tar pit. Come on. You liked me a second ago. There you go. No, they got somebody coming my way already. And it's usually the guy with the spear first, right? I can get it. I can get in and out of my box. I hear a shaman. Where you at? Ooh, I got 3 of you guys coming out. Don't ask me how that guy was one shot. How was that guy a one shot? All right, where's my shaman at? I heard you. All right, fine. I'm not going to shoot any more arrows till you run straight at me. I'm starting to think the shaman's inside the house. I see a little guy over there. You exploded. Yeah, didn't give you time. My guy is actually moving so fast, I'm stepping off. Oh, there you are. I've knocked you backwards twice. All right, that guy finally blew up over there. Nobody in there. Well, hello. I didn't see you. I don't know where you were hiding out at. Not much of a first village. Not much of a first village. When I say first, technically it's probably my third. Nothing in there. I almost ran past you. I almost ran past you. And let's grab. I don't need all the flint. I don't need all the flint. But we'll throw it. We'll throw it in the obliterator, right? Thought I heard another guy. Oh, what's up, Jonathan Raymaker? How are you? Sorry, I was busy playing with goblins. I was busy playing with some goblins there. How is Jonathan doing today? I see you got Decor doing one of your runs. Oh, I forgot about these guys over here. Who's left over here? Anybody? You shot the one guy. Awake and good to go, huh? Nice. And you are too much of an early riser for me. I guess you're coming to visit. You're coming to visit. Are you gonna take down my stone tower? No, you're just gonna take down all the wood. Whoop. Just in case. Just in case. I think he said you recommended it or something like that, or I thought he said maybe you were either participating with him or because he was doing a slowheim. He was kind of doing a slowheim, you know, kind of at his own pace or whatever. And I thought about doing one of those as well, kind of my own pace slowheim type thing. And he was kind of already doing one because he was going to make all the armors. He was going to make all the armors, all the weapons. He was going to do everything anyway, right? He was kind of going that direction anyway. So it kind of made sense for him to do that. All right. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Appreciate it very much. And we will catch you later, Scash. Good old locksmith. I think that's everything with here. I most certainly will if you're on when I'm signing off, Scash. I usually go to about 3 a.m. my time, so I got about 2.5 more hours. So if you're on at that time, I will keep you in mind. I stream at an odd time. I'm on the East Coast of the U.S. and I stream at an odd time. I usually sign on about 9 p.m. my time. And I usually go, unless I have to get off a little early, my usual time is around 3 a.m. Sometimes we go to 4, sometimes we even go a little bit later, but that's kind of my normal time. I guess we can just throw this stuff in the obliterator. Oh, raid me on somebody you'd like. I got you. I got you. Sorry, I misunderstood that. I misunderstood that. My bad. R1. Like meeting some new people. Well, that's the other bad thing, right? Is a lot of times I get off. Sometimes I raid out. Sometimes I don't end up raiding just because there's nobody on, right? But and I kind of learned my lessons. I used to just raid random folks if there was nobody on, but I kind of learned my lesson with that. I ended up raiding a couple of folks that let's just say I really didn't care for the stream, so I typically only raid out, unless I got a recommendation in chat or something, obviously. I typically only raid out to somebody that I have watched in the past. If I've watched somebody play and watched a little bit of their stream and everything like that, then I'm more apt to raid that direction, at random. But yeah, I did a couple of raids a while back, and this has been a while ago, and yeah, the streams themselves were really poor, and I was like, I will kind of keep it, I'll kind of keep it on the down low. So But I try to scrap, like today I had time. I can't remember if I stopped by your stream today or not, but I try to go and visit a couple of different streams every now and then, every now and then, and and get to know them a little bit, and then raid that direction, that kind of thing. I think everything else can go inside. You can go. Look at that, 42. Wind must have blown hard here today. Oh, I didn't get my. I didn't get the barley out of the box. I'm like, why is my button not working? Why is my button not working? So I think you've been here since I started this run, Jonathan, but what I'm doing on this run is simply a limited armor run. It's simply a limited armor run, and I did one in the past where limited armor was considered you could only take things to a certain level, like level 1 or level 2 or whatever you kind of decided on that, right? So this limited armor run, we can only go to a maximum armor rating of 65. So we're trying to keep our armor levels down on this run. It's still a permadeath run, and we're through motor now. So really the early part of the run wasn't, other than just taking our time, right? Other than taking our time, it really hasn't been super challenging. I think really the first challenge on this run really came by doing the motor fight. I think that was the first one that seemed a bit challenging. Lee, you have some stuff that I haven't done, but a limited armor run, like I said, I can make any armor piece in the game. I can wear any combination of armor that I choose at this point. We threw magic out of the mix, since magic was which was a low level thing, or a lower level armor, and would actually fit the criteria. So I think your maximum armor right now is 106. So I thought about just cutting that original number in half, but I kind of felt like that would be a little bit too drastic trying to go in the Mistlands at this point. So I gave myself a little boost and thought about the armors that I could use or would most likely use, and then stay below a certain armor rating. Yeah, I did something similar to this in the past, where I did an entire world run in troll armor at one point, but that was prior to the Yagluth buff. So I really haven't done Yag and lower armor level at this point, and I think this motor fight that I did today, I wore the Drake helmet. And my cape wasn't actually upgraded, so I was a 62 total armor rating for that fight, where if you were full wolf armor for that fight, you would have been 78 plus the cape. So your normal armor rating for that fight would be around 80, I think. Yeah, 82. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, it would be up there. It would be up there pretty high for your overall armor rating for the motor fight. So for the bone mass fight, we just did root armor. So I'm taking the time, and I'm making all the armors that I want. Right, I made all the root armor. I love the root armor for foe skill anyway. So I usually make the root armor on my runs. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to grab the root chest piece out of here, just so I can substitute that in every now and then, because those death mosquitoes actually are hitting pretty hard out there. I got hit for almost 38 points out there. It isn't really healthy anymore. Yeah. I mean, I used to know everything pretty much by heart, and then I took all that time away from Valheim, and I think you continued playing a lot of Valheim. I saw you do some New World and a couple other games that I've seen you play here and there, but I think you've been more on Valheim, and I took like a 15, 16-month hiatus from Valheim, and then when Mistlands came back out, man, it was like starting over. I think the community run that we did, I think I died more on that community run than I did probably in the preceding 1,000 hours that I played Valheim. I was just doing a lot of silly things, and it kind of showed again when we first started trying to do permadeath runs. I kept meeting my fate that and all of them were my fault. All of them were my fault, but running around the swamps and 2-star Grogger archers, jumping off the boat with low health and gonna throw up a after we defeated Motor on the one run. Yeah, I've had a lot of silly deaths. I had one where I jumped off my chicken coop at low health, and that ended that run. So I've taken the time to do a couple of different things here, which has caused this run to be a little bit longer. I normally don't do quick runs. That's one thing I don't usually do. I usually sit back and smell the weeds, so to speak, or and really take my time and just enjoy Valheim overall. Usually, that's one thing that I do. But I'm considering my next run, my next solo adventure. We might do some kind of timed run. I don't know if I'll put a limitation on it as far as 100-day challenge or anything like that. It might just be, okay, how fast can I actually progress through the world? Still work on skills a little bit, but not take as much time as what I do right now to make sure I've got good skill bonuses. But I might see, can I still do well? Can I still do well in on all my boss fights and everything like that? And try to progress through the world and say 120 days or 125 days. I'll probably set a goal for it, but it won't be an absolute. I think. I don't think it'll be an absolute at this point. Like usually when I'm doing time runs, I hardly ever do this, right? I hardly ever do this. Hey, how many did we get this time? That's 17 on that one. I have some stuff to make some better foods at this point, but let's just continue on, and that way we'll catch up. We'll catch up a little bit. Hopefully the next area that we run into has got some extra barley, some extra flax, extra couple of things that we can grab.
Hello there.
Yeah, I generally just keep going. There's almost always something you can do, right? Hey, baby Spock, how are you? There's almost always something you can do. But on this run, I'm already at 156 days. So I started this run. I actually started this run on vanilla mode for a little bit because the Valheim Plus broke. And they still haven't got an official update to it, so I'm running a beta version or an alpha version of the game right now, or not the game, but the mod right now. So kind of waiting to see what they're going to do with that. Which that can make the runs go a little faster. So I think I may try it modded first and then try it unmodded and just see how we do. Actually, I didn't even mark this place, but let's mark this on the map. So I can remember I've actually ran this plains, because if I don't, I'll forget about it. Yeah, I think with the Mistlands, you almost have to get lucky with the Mistlands, right? You almost have to get lucky, and find a really good set of Mistlands and get lucky right off the bat. I feel like you have to get lucky right off the bat with the Mistlands. So my last run would have been a good one for like a 100-day challenge, because the very first Mistlands that I stepped into were had the queen there and had 3 dungeons there. I don't remember getting enough cores to do everything I needed to do. I still had to go and investigate a couple more Mistlands to get enough cores together. But the very first Mistlands I went into had a queen location, so I got super lucky on that. I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know. I think through Yagluth, so I've done, and this was a year and a half ago. I've done through Yagluth in 84 days, and that only leaves me 16 days to do the Mistlands, and using that as a base at this point, it would be pretty hard for me to fathom at this point that I would actually be able to do a successful 100-day run. But I may like I said, I may just go test the waters a little bit, and see how fast we can compress or progress on a run, and see if we can actually see if we can shave that off of that. I feel like at this point that you need at least 20 days to do the Mistlands. Yeah, I think if you get lucky, and I think that's where the luck factor comes in. Is the first set of Mistlands you run into has a queen locations and enough dungeons in there to supply you with enough cores so you can do everything you need to do. I think that's the only way to get lucky. I think that's the only way to do it quickly, right? And I can just tell you right now, I'm not gonna go to the seed generator place and try to find the right seed or the perfect seed, or I'm not gonna cheese my way into it. I definitely don't want to do that. So yeah, I've never come close to 61 days, but I always get in and end up spending about 8 or 10 days building a house and doing things that I probably shouldn't do. And then like I said, I stop and I smell the roses a little bit, and then I usually focus on certain skills for a little bit. And when I say focus, I will spend time here and there just working on some of those skills, so I can be at a certain skill level when I decide it's time to go do that boss fight or whatever. So if I throw that out the window and just play the game and run it without focusing too hard on doing any builds, without focusing too hard about doing doing a couple other things that I could probably shave off 10 or 12 days, but that's a maybe. That's a maybe for me. But 61 days is, I think 61 days is a pretty doggone good time, to be honest with you. Like on this run, like I said, we stopped and we got the root armor, right? We stopped and we got the root armor for bow skill. I could forego doing that. On this run, we stopped and and went through ice caves. And that's one of the reasons this is like an extended run. Yeah, I don't like luck on plan runs or what either, but I still wouldn't go and purposely. I still wouldn't purposely go find a seed just to see if I could be successful, right? I think the random seed that you get, that you kind of have to live with it. I'm okay with starting over because it's a horrible seed, but just from my perspective, I wouldn't go that route. My last couple of runs, I usually know where Yag is before motor. Don't ask me how. It's just from boating around, right? It's just been from boating around. I typically know where my Yag. So right now I already have a Yag site, and that's probably where we'll go next. Is we'll go over and we'll hit some of these. We'll hit some of these villages that I know that are out here that I need to clear up for Yag anyway. Yes, we made it to Friday, baby Spock. Yeah, I like this Loheim. I like I said, I tend to sit around and do things that not a slow Heim, but I'm usually not rushed. I'm usually not right. Admittedly, I'm usually not rushed in my runs. I also don't have things down to a science either. I always grab more metal than what I need, and I always grab. Why are you guys chasing me? I want to know. I want to know what I did to you guys. Oh, where did you go? Why are you guys chasing me? I didn't come after you. I swung nice and wide around there. Yeah, you know, the chicken coop. The chicken coop is definitely a problem for me. Yeah, I thought for sure we'd at least get a couple more locks out here. Man, I can definitely cover the plains fast in this outfit. I know I'm going to get all three of you over here at once. You guys are all just mad right now. I don't even know which one of you guys I hit already. You're gonna go that way. I haven't hit you yet either. Well, none of them are actually coming after me, which is weird. I just take my time with them. And I typically use the bow and just kill them at distance. that guy did a backflip. What is he doing? He did some kind of weird backflip. And this other guy, I don't know what he's doing over there. I have no idea what this guy's doing. I'm guessing he was out of my render range or something like that, but I think this is the one that I got several shots in already, but he is continuing just to run away. Like I don't know where he's going right now, but he's, you know, is he using the bushes as cover right now? And he's going to come back for me? Yes, I'm the little guy shooting you. Yeah, and that's typically a lot of times that's what I do. That's what I do is I get to a high point where I can't be pathed really easily. Rather than try to take on three locks at once with a sword and a shield or something like that. You know, I get to a point where, you know, if I can find a place where I can get high ground, or like, you know, even a rock like this, right? You know, if this is the best thing that I've got, you know, they can't come off, you know, they can only come off a certain edge, right? So as long as I can find a rock like this where they can't come down at that steep of an angle, then I just kind of kite them around here until I kill them off. But when you get three of them, that's a little bit rough to do. This would actually probably be a better choice for the rock right here. This would be a better choice for the rock right here. Is, you know, I could have sit here and kited at least one of them around for a long period of time around that rock and just, you know, slowly worn him down. Oh, sorry, Jonathan, you can't post a link, and even if I put permit in there, it won't let you because it never works. But if you have something you would like to link to me, you can either send it to me in Discord on a DM, or you can send it to me on Twitch chat as a DM. I turned that off a long time ago when I first started streaming, simply because, well, I had people come in and put a bunch of stuff in there that I didn't want, so I've just never relinquished it. Oh, you had a clip for the backflip? There's a way to put that in there, and I don't know how to do it. There is a way to put that in there to where Twitch clips would actually work, but I'll be honest, I don't know how to do it. Look, Red Fairy got it. Thank you, Red Fairy. Red Fairy is on the ball. My locks backflip. I don't know. Every now and then when they're on the side of a steep hill or whatever, right, they tumble backwards and go down, but he just like did this weird backflip thing. Yeah, I definitely use, I try to take advantage of certain things in the game, like height or whatever, where they can't path to you as easily, that kind of thing. But normally they still come over here and just hover around the rock. They don't always run away. You know, and I'm saying that, and it looks like this guy is just going to run away right now. This is how to level your bow 101 and get food at the same time. I know it. It is my fault. It is definitely my fault. I got plenty of offers out there to help me do certain things, but I just, I'm lazy. I'm lazy. So I actually attempted again the other day to mess with Stream Elements a little bit, and I was looking through there, and you're supposed to be able to import everything from Nightbot. But that's what I tried once before, right? I tried to import all my commands from Nightbot over to Stream Elements, and it just didn't do right. I don't remember exactly my problem, but it didn't do right. And I've never gone back and fixed it. Morning, Maury. How are you? How are you doing today? Oh, and I did get confirmation back that in the next batch, this will be fixed. So I went to the website where the bug reporting for Valheim, I reported this. I think others had as well. And I had a couple of people chime in on my comment for the bug report and say, yeah, they saw the same thing. And, it's just a visual bug, and they are supposed to fix this on the next update. Oh, well, I appreciate the lurk. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for hopping in. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it very much. We're just kind of plugging along here at the moment. Excuse me. Man, and I tell you what, since I returned to Valheim, I have gotten tons of new followers, and I very much appreciate all the new followers I've got out there. I don't know if that has to do with releasing on Xbox and just a lot of new people playing the game, but I've got tons and tons of new followers. Probably, I would say, in the last month or so, because it was only a little over a month ago. I got a raid from I think it was Das Life or somebody gave me a raid one night, and that finally pushed me up over 500. And I was like, yay me, I'm finally up over 500. And I just realized, looking at stuff today, that I'm actually up over 600 followers now. So I appreciate that very much. If you're one of the newer followers, I thank you very much. If you're one of the old followers, well, you're the old follower, and thank you very much again. Oh, this is out of sorts. We got to fix this. I can't live with it with being too far out of sorts here. We probably won't get a lot more wolf armor or wolf hide at this point, unless we have a reason to make a trip back to the mountains. Yeah, well, I think part of it was, I was doing good with Valheim, and like I said, for me, at the end of the day, I just want to stream and have fun, and and if I get followers and people show up that enjoy watching my stream and enjoy the game I'm playing, I'm all about it. That's my goal at the end of the day, is just have fun. Be as real as possible as far as my thoughts or that kind of thing, and just have a good time with it. That's my goal at the end of the day. Have a good time, play some games and everything like that. But I have to say, when I played New World, I probably lost quite a few followers playing New World. So it was a little bit of drawback playing New World, but. All right, we got 113 of you guys. Yeah, I could make the axe at this point. But yeah, I finally made it up over 600 followers. I would get a few follows every now and then in New World, but I think New World is just one of those games that even though I was loving playing it, I don't think I was one of the more popular streamers out there doing it, and it just kind of is what it is. That doesn't mean that I won't ever play New World again. That should be good enough on you guys for now. Do we have anything we need to do here? That's you guys. Well, we're already catching up mightily on this stuff. This is going quickly with the storms. I love the storms. Got that, got that, got that. What can we make here? think we're all good there. Yeah, I kind of want to make one of these. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to make one of these at some point. 2 troll hide, 2 iron, and 2 bronze. I don't think I've made one. I don't remember making one. We're definitely going to make that. We will definitely make the pickaxe once we get out into the Mistlands. I don't think there's anything else that we're necessarily going to make right now. I think padded armor is probably going to be... I don't know. I'll have to sit down. It starts out at 26 and what? It tops out at 32. So that would be half my armor in one piece. So... And right now, what are we on wolf armor? When we decide that wear the helmet, we start at 26. So I could possibly make like a padded helmet and upgrade it once or something like that. And that is really about it. Hey, the rain quit. All right, since I know I got another crop of onions coming in, let's even this out. And this will probably be the last of this food that I use a bunch of, right? I just because I won't need it in the end of the day. I think once I get probably a little bit further ahead, we'll start making some other foods here pretty soon. Just to give us that extra little health boost. You know, I actually could make blood puddings now. I could make blood puddings now. 2 blood bags, 4 of that, 2 of that. Yeah. Because that's a pretty big jump. It's a pretty big jump, and they really don't, you know, one of those things, they really don't have anything in the middle there, right? They don't have anything in the middle except for bread dough. Bread dough, but still bread dough is, I think, bumps 10 points for your stamina. What is it? Yeah, bread dough jumps you, what, to 70 for stamina? Actually, where's it at on the list? There it is, bread dough. I think bread dough jumps you to 70 for stamina. But the cost, usually the cost on that usually is not worth it. And again, we kind of spend the time and get the extra blood bags and that kind of stuff. Let's just make some of these guys. Just make some of these guys. All right, Valheim, if you're watching right now, I need a little slider bar right here, or I need a secondary recipe that says make X amount. You know, make 5 at a time, make 4 at a time, make 3 at a time, something. Give me something there. One more of you. And that takes us down to, yeah, some barley flour left. Some barley flour, yeah. I guess when I get an overabundance, I'll look at making some other things, right? I'll look at making some other things when we get like an abundance of certain things. And I do need to go on a sailing trip. Yeah, maybe, you know what? I'm gonna go on a sailing trip. I might as well do this. Let's just carry that with us. Because I need to go and retrieve our boat and at least come back this direction some. And find some other planes. Matter of fact, we know there's a good section of planes right over in here. We know we got some section of planes right in there that we can hit. And then we'll just kind of save doing the Yag area. We'll just kind of save doing the Yag area for now. Where are you, Yag area? So I did run around here some. And we know we got a couple of villages. I might have taken out one of the villages here, but I don't think I've taken out all of them. Excuse me. I think we just marked them on the map as we sailed around the island, and then there's some areas that I haven't covered out there. So there's 1, 2, 3, I think 4 villages out there, maybe 5. I like I said, I think we did this little one right down here on the corner of the swamp. I think we go on a boating trip after this. So here's a run idea. Ask Chat GPT what to do next in the game. You know, I haven't mixed, as popular as that is, I haven't messed at all with that in the game. I haven't messed with Chat GPT a bit. So here's one thing, I don't know if you've noticed, Jonathan. I don't know if you noticed or not. My last 2 run-throughs, my motor locations have been on the outskirts of the map. So my last run-through that I did, that finished the Queen and everything, my motor location, I actually had to go. To get to my motor location, I actually had to go into the deep north. Hey, the Horde is attacking. Yeah, it's happening a lot lately, I think. Yeah, and I don't really know why or what the deal is. I just know it's happening. I'm like, I know you can come up the steps. I know you can come up the steps. This is kind of a good idea. If I drag them over here. I didn't even see you, spear guy. I didn't even see you over there. Yeah, they're over here getting hung up on my spikes and killing themselves. As long as I don't hit myself. They're getting killed by my spikes over here, which is kind of a good thing. I still hear a shaman over here. He's over there trying to blow up my house. I think I need to put some more spikes over there when they come across the river. Yeah, so I've got one run there. Sorry, I just completely disregarded chat there for a couple minutes while that was going on. But yeah, so my last 2 run-throughs, on my last 2 worlds that I started, everything was everything was like way away as far as the motor, just the motor, and, you know, and I find that that's kind of weird. And then I do have a world right now where, and it was the first time that I had that happen to me, that that the merchant is on my main island. So that's the first time. That's the first time that I've had that, and all my playthroughs of Valheim. That's the first time that I had that as well. So that's there's kind of two different change statements, but yeah. My motor locations. My last run, I had to go all the way up into the deep north and around the end of the island in the deep north, and sail back down just a little bit south of the deep north, and that's where the motor location was. You know, same thing on here. I think I probably spent 10 or 12 days looking around for a second motor location, and we found one, but it was really the same result, way on the outskirts of the map. I'm actually finding my Yagluth locations before I'm finding my motor locations. That should be good enough for now. That should be good enough for now. I think at this point we probably just need to rescue our boat. Oh, I got 16 pieces of black metal off of that. You can go there. Gold in there. Yeah, our rusted buff is back. Pirate portal engage. Yeah, it's definitely been different. I don't know if they did something to kind of rebalance the seeds, but you would think that you wouldn't find them out in the Mistlands area at this point. You know, I guess it's always possible, but you know, the areas that I actually, so the one out here to the west, that motor that we actually discovered there was actually from a crypt. Actually from a crypt. Let's see, where's the house? It was actually from a crypt somewhere right on the west coast. You know, in the Black Forest area. And then we decided, well, maybe we can find another motor location. So we actually sailed up here. We went this direction. We sailed up here. We investigated a couple of mountains, and there's my trader, right? I think this location that's way down here. And again, that's nearly to the Ashlands, right? I think that actually came out of probably the Black Forest that surrounded this little mountain right here. They're super far away. I don't, you know, at the end of the day, that's okay, I guess. I mean, but yeah, that would be super tough for a first playthrough. Hey, Tycho, how are you? It'd be super tough for a first playthrough, trying to figure out, you know, how to get there. You know, at least I've been fortunate at this point that, you know, that my locations have been just close enough, or both of my locations weren't completely wrapped in the Mistlands. Yeah, we got motor done. I think as far as limited armor goes, as long as you can avoid not getting hit, I think you're golden. I think the key thing there is when she's flying around and you're working on, you know, hitting bow shots, and she's flying around and she rears back, and you know the ice blast is getting ready to come. If you're in the middle of the shot, you need to just, you know, go perpendicular to her, right? You know, if she's right above you and she rears back, and you know the ice blast is coming from her, when she's gonna you know, do her animation or whatever, and when she's gonna do that, you need to be on the move at that point. If you're not on the move, you're going to get hit by the ice blast. So I know when I did it in root armor in the past, I did on one of my community server runs when we went up to do motor. I was in root armor, and in root armor, I want to say I got hit with 2 of those in succession, and it killed me. Hey, look, more free fish. More free fish. We got a grouper this time. Anybody else hanging out in the boat for me? Almost every time I come back to the boat, we get one of you guys. Yeah, I really don't time my motor fights, but seems it seems to me, and I could be completely wrong about this. I could be absolutely, completely wrong about this, but it seems to me that when you solo motor, and maybe I just haven't done it, because when we did it on the community server, she seemed to fly around for a much longer period of time. So, you know, whether her landing is because you've done X amount of damage, I'm not quite sure what the criteria is for that. But it seems like when I do my solo runs, my permadeath, or just my regular solo runs, she doesn't fly around as much, and she lands a lot more frequently. And she seems to stay on the ground for an extended period of time. So I'm just, you know, I'm not baffled by that, but it's just kind of one of those things. I feel like that makes motor a little bit easier. And obviously, I always take the time to, do a little skill leveling. Obviously, we took the time to do a little skill leveling on this character, and then on top of doing some skill leveling, we we were hitting her with needle arrows, which are, in my opinion, are the best arrows to use. I think the book says do fire arrows, but you just don't do enough damage, in my opinion, with fire arrows. I think the last time I did it with fire arrows, it was twice the amount of fire arrows as needle arrows. And I don't remember how many we used on our motor fight tonight, but it wasn't a lot, right? We didn't use a ton. I'm kind of going slow here, hoping we get a couple of serpents pop up too. Wouldn't mind seeing a few of you guys out here. I don't think it's quite stormy enough for you guys though. Yeah, I'll go back at some point and do it with fire arrows again. But I did that a long time ago. From what I remember, fire arrows, you get the really low pierce value, right? You get the really low pierce value, and then you get the burn effect. But from what I remember, the ticks for the burn were only like 4 or something like that, maybe 5, and it only lasts for 10 or 15 seconds, right? So by the time you add all that up, it usually doesn't seem like it's doing enough damage, right? Because I can typically hit her a bunch more, doing it the other way. And if you don't want to go out and get the needles, I think you're fine with obsidian. I think obsidian's probably the next best arrow to use. But I usually take the time to go get the needles. I think the pierce value on the needles usually jumps it up. Oh, I thought that was another serpent there for a second. I saw the red fish on the water. I thought that was another freaking serpent right there. I did have that happen to me the other day. So I think if you have really low bow skill, so here's the other thought. If you have low bow skill, then maybe fire arrows is the right call. But at 80 bow skill, I think the fire arrows don't do enough damage. So I think if your bow skill is like 40 or something like that, Yeah, there's a good chance that you're doing more damage with fire with the damage over time effect. Oh, nice. I love it when you get serpents in succession. I will take them all day long. I think it was on this run here that we were selling around one day. We were selling around one day, and I don't remember if it was nighttime or just a rain event like we got right now. But we had a serpent spawn, right? I killed the serpent. I jumped in. I got the meat. I got back in the boat. When I sit down at the helm and I started to move, there was another serpent almost immediately. The boat hadn't even started to move yet. I just sat down at the helm and I looked forward to the boat, and there was another serpent right there. And I'm like, well, I guess we get another serpent here. Now, occasionally, if you get one, like when it first hits nightfall, right? When it first hits nightfall, and you get one right, you get lucky and get one right off the bat, that there's a chance that you'll run across two more. I mean, but yeah, serpent meat, I will take all that I can get right now. And we're not sitting poorly on it, but if I want to use some better foods, going out into the Mistlands at some point, not that we're ready for that yet, but going out into the Mistlands at some point, if we want better foods, the more serpent, the more merry. The more the merrier, right? I just want to uncover a little extra map. Yeah, it's nothing you need. So it is kind of funky progression, right? It is kind of a funky progression. If you get through the world quick enough, by the time you actually, it's like right now, by the time I finally get enough onions, I'm almost ready to move to the next food group, right? By the time I get enough, usually by the time I find enough turnip seeds, get those planted, it seems like I make those meals for a couple of play sessions, and then I'm on to the next food group. I just kind of wanted to see what was over here. Is this plains, Mistlands? What do we got over here? Looks like we just got a series of islands over here. That's what it looks like. I don't know. Serpent meat. I'm sorry. Serpent stew is still not bad when you first go into the Mistlands. And let's say, especially if you're still working on, getting your jote and puffs together and everything like that. But if you've been into the Mistlands for a couple of days, yeah, most of those food groups are to a point, it's kind of wasteful. If you're able to get your chicken breeder up right away and that kind of thing after you do YAG, if that's priority one, it doesn't take long to replace that, right? It doesn't take long to replace that. And what is it? Do you still need jote and puffs for the mist hair pasta? I call it mist hair pasta, just the mist hair, the mist hair thing that you make. I can't think of the right name of it, but yeah, once you get those food groups going, yeah, you pretty much don't need them. I think the plains food at this point is super short, but the only good thing about the serpent stew, I think, is it's still one of the better foods at that point. It's 5 points, so you can still kind of use it up, right? You can still kind of use it up at the end of the day. Yeah, it'll definitely be top tier when we do Yag Luth, and then after we do Yag Luth and go out into the Mistlands. I mean, our first adventures out into the Mistlands, it's definitely going to be serpent stew, lox pie, and probably blood pudding, right? I usually do use my top tier foods there until we get out into the Mistlands, but the serpent stew is still you know, it's still a good food in the early part, but yeah, you know, once you get to the point where you're making when you're making the other things, yeah, it becomes a moot point, right? I still run around and collect tons of it. I use it for bow skill anyway, right? Lot between lox meat. I already have more. Excuse me. I already have more. Probably more lox meat right now. I probably have more lox meat than I'll ever use at this point. But I'll continue killing them just for bow skill, to be honest with you. All right, I saw this on the way out here. I'm stopping to get this. I'm stopping to get this boat. Is this where the troll was? We had a troll on the island on the way out here, and I can't remember where it was. Obviously, it wasn't this island, but it's a Black Forest island. And I remember seeing this boat here. And I'm like, hey, maybe I should stop and get the fine wood here. Yeah, you pass, you do. It's a, and I'm not saying that they've got it wrong or anything like that right now. But yeah, it seems like the food groups that I actually I stay more engaged with early on are your early game foods, like, you know, your what is it, like your carrot soups and that kind of thing. Seems like I stay more engaged with that than just about anything else later in the game. It just, you know, I find that it probably takes me longer to graduate from like carrot soup and you know, like deer stew, or, you know, whether you're making the mincemeat or the deer stew. I typically don't do the mincemeat, but and I saw somebody in a chat earlier today said that deer stew wasn't worth the resources or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, but the health benefits, you know, far outweigh that. But you know, you could just use the fish, right? Yeah, I think those are. I think you know, the foods that you get when you first get your cauldron, right? And I think that's part of one of the reasons that that you stay in these fruit groups longer, right? You stay in those fruit groups a little bit longer, and we're talking about Queen's Jam, we're talking about, you know, carrot soup, we're talking about, you know, the deer stew, and if you like to make the mincemeat or whatever. I think you stay in those food groups longer because most people, as soon as they get their first tin out of the smelter, that's usually the first thing they make is the cauldron, right? And if you've been lucky and already gathered quite a few carrot seeds, you've got that going quickly. You make a cultivator quickly, and it doesn't take long to cycle that stuff into food. And it seems like, you know, I'm still in the Black Forest for a long time at that point, and so those become a priority. And then once you get your entrails, once you get to the swamp, seems like I end up spending enough times in the swamp to where you know, that I end up on sausages for quite a while. I mean, here I am. I'm on the plains at this point, and I'm still eating the sausages, right? But I tend to not make certain food groups, like, you know, I don't, you know, I do every now and then, but I usually don't spend a lot of resources making, what is it, the black soup. You know, I typically don't like using my blood bags for that. Yeah, that's the way I kind of saw it. Somebody, it was in another chat. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. They're like, oh no, turnip stew is a complete waste of time. Turnip stew is a complete waste, or not turnip stew, but deer stew is a complete waste of time. I'm like, I don't know about that one. That's the highest health food until you get to the swamps and actually upgrade your cauldron to level 2 or whatever. That is the best everyday food that you can make. The only thing that's equal to it is if you know, obviously you can either do one or two things. You can fish, or you can be like me and just run along the shoreline and you know, and gather fish, right? Once you got your level 1 cauldron up, you can just gather the fish. I think that's equal to the deer stew. Just eating the fish meat, because a lot of times when I go and do the elder, that's usually my secondary food when I go and do the elder. Is I usually uh, I usually cook up some of the fish tails, because I think it's equal to the deer stew as far as your health benefit. All right, we got nighttime. We got nighttime. Are we gonna get a serpent now? Yeah, I think cooked fish is the same. So, you can either do one or two things, right? If you found your trader by then, you can spend the time and catch the fish, and just use those. Or, like I said, if you get extremely lucky, like I've been on this run, I've been extremely lucky on the number of fish that I've found, and on this run, I haven't fished at all on this character. I haven't fished once on this character, but I've gotten, I probably got 20 or 25 fish just off the shoreline, not counting the tetra fish we got out of the cave, right? So yeah, usually when I do the elder fight, I usually do a carrot soup. Excuse me, a carrot soup. Every now and then you can sneak into the swamps and get lucky on a turnip seed. That never seems to happen for me. But every now and then you can get lucky and sneak in and get something that's a little bit better, for stamina. But it's typically carrot soup, a fish tail, and the deer stew. And I run around and I kill so many deer early on in the game for bow skill and everything like that. Deer is never a problem. Deer is never a problem. I mean, those guys are everywhere anyway, right? They're freaking everywhere. Deer around the useless, kinda, right? Yeah, I said I know how to do a pig farm, but I typically just run around and kill them and get everything that I need. And the same with the deer, except obviously you can't create a deer farm, or you can't tame the deer, right? But they're wild the entire time. But yeah, I usually just run around and use those guys for bow skill at the end of the day. So I usually have more than the lion's share of that stuff. Come on, buddy. I'm gonna punch you. Come over here. Well, my first shot must have done a lot of damage. I've only shot you twice. Yeah, I think all the farming stuff that you can do in the game, I think it's all cool at the end of the day. I just don't typically go down that path, right? I think the only thing that I actually farm at this point is chickens. The boar farm. Yeah, and I think a lot of that stuff's cool. I've seen a lot of people do the breeders and do different things or whatever. I just usually don't find a need for it. I just, especially on my solo runs. I think on a community server, I think it's a much more beneficial And then also when I'm just goofing around and I want to do one, and then sure, why not? But other than that, usually for my solo gameplays that I'm doing or whatever, I kind of feel like most of the time that I spend a bunch of time doing that, and then in the end I don't manage it. But hey, all that stuff's out there. All that stuff's out there. It's available. It's fun to do. I'm kind of just staying out here at this point because I want to see if I get another serpent. We got two so far. I almost went by the last guy, right? I almost went by the last guy. I wasn't paying attention. I know this is plains over here to my right. That's where we want to go. Yeah, that's probably the only auto thing that I do at this point. I definitely do my auto egg. I don't usually do the auto chicken thing, but I do the auto egg. I think the auto egg is definitely worth it, right? Yeah, I don't know if you were around when I did my last run. I made one on my last run that worked really well. And I didn't do the sloped roof. I've done the sloped roof version in the past, and it works just fine. I have to admit it works just fine. But I kind of like the style of the other one. And here I am talking about style. Yeah, I kind of like the style of the other one a little bit better, so I just started doing it, and I think it pretty much gives me the same result as what you're talking about. In just a couple of days, two chickens will outproduce what I can actually make. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're doing certain things, like you want to have the wolves, you want to have other things. I think it's definitely worth. I'll never say it's not worth doing. But like I said, usually when I'm doing these little solo adventures, usually I don't tame certain things, right? There's certain things that I just don't do, and then I progress through the food groups. So I can get to certain levels that I want to be at and everything, or certain food groups that I want. And I think that's the only reason that I don't do them. But I definitely think they're worth doing. You'll never hear me say that they're not worth doing. I think for the way I usually progress through the game, it's not worth it to me. But that doesn't make them worthless. That's for sure. People use them for all kinds of different stuff, right? I think they're great, especially on like a community server run. If somebody takes the time and gets a couple of boar in there, and it benefits the entire community, I think it's superb for that. The wolves got him. Nice. Land ho! I'm pulling in. We gotta go get our rested buff back, and then we're gonna run around. We're gonna run around here and see what kind of villages we can come up with. I have to kind of be careful here than not eating food. My pierce value here is pretty poor. You know what? Let's do this right here for the moment. In case I get hit by a death mosquito right here as I jump out of the boat. So that's the only bad thing about the other armor is the pierce value. The pierce value is pretty doggone low. I think I may have to wear the root chest out here, even on the plains at this point, and just be careful of the fire. Yeah, same thing. Once you graduate to certain foods, right? Once you graduate certain foods, unless you're doing like the Cunningham, and you know you got an army of wolves to feed. You know, if you've got an army of wolves to feed, and it makes, you know, keep it up on that, you know, a lot, you know, makes more sense to keep up with certain things, then yeah, it makes perfect sense to do that. But at the end of the day, they'll eat sausages. Or at least they used to. I don't know if they still do or not. Do wolves still eat sausages? I know they'll eat lox meat. I know they'll eat lox meat. I can't remember. I don't think they'll actually eat the wolf meat, or I might be wrong about that. I don't think they'll eat their kind, right? What's up, Mr. KO? Try saw if you got a whole bunch of entrails left over. Try well, as I remember, and this was at the Hearth and Home update. At the Hearth and Home update, they would still eat sausages, if I remember correctly. Oh, the hare meat or the bug, you know, that would be a good one, right? You know, geez, you get to the Mistlands, right? You can't get enough seeker meat once you get to the Mistlands, right? You get way more seeker meat than what you need right now. I guess that's the most prevalent enemy out there, so that would be a good one to test. I haven't tested that one. Maybe we'll tame a wolf on this one just for fun to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't messed around with it unless somebody else has, or if one of you guys that's out there right now running around and wants to test it, go for it. Absolutely, go for it. Why not? Science, Valheim science. You have to put them in follow mode, otherwise they get out of the boat. I honestly, God, what did we do that with? What did we did that with something? Oh, when I was messing around, when I was messing with the running around with magic on my last character run through, when we messed around with that for a little bit, I was able to get the skeletons in the boat with me. But as it turns out, you can just spawn them in the boat. Which, yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that you could just spawn them in the boat. But I was using my dead razor, and I was messing around in the Mistlands, and we ended up putting them in the boat with us. And I'm like, okay, we can get them in the boat, and then they actually stayed in the boat. You know, they stay with you, right? They stay with you the entire time. But then after that, you can actually just spawn them in the boat. You bony bastards, row. Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever tried to transport. Other than the skeletons when we were messing around, right? Other than the skeletons when we were messing around, I don't think I've ever really tried to transport anything, to be honest with you. But I've heard people transporting everything, including locks. I've heard of people doing locks. I don't think I've ever seen it, but I've heard that people put locks in their boat and transport them. I'm sure everything's possible one way or another. You know, trial and error, right? Trial and error. Oh, did you do that? Did you do locks? Did you do the lock? You're the one that did the locks? That'd be hilarious. I don't think I saw that, Red, but I think I may have heard you guys talking about it or something. And how did you see to sit down at the helm with 8 locks in the boat? I hope you got a screenshot of that somewhere, Red. I hope you got a screenshot of that somewhere. No, I'm pretty sure she's talking about locks. I knew that there was somebody out there that spoke about it one day. And I knew it was possible. Yeah, I actually hope you got a screenshot of that somewhere, Red. That would have been hilarious. Man, we got nobody. We got nobody out here on this plains. What is this? It must be all inland somewhere where I'm not running right now. I haven't even seen the locks out here yet. Oh, what do you know? And there's a village. Let's see, I think you guys can probably get up here. All right, these guys have been weird lately. Well, I finally got one of you excited. Apparently all of you are going to go run away now. I don't even remember which one of you I shot now. I don't even know which one of these guys I shot now. At least get you to come back this way. You really had to go around the rock that way. Where did the other guy go? Yeah, I think that kind of has to be a solo adventure, right? I think that has to be a solo adventure. I mean, I think maybe getting the locks in the boat is okay, but other than getting the locks on the boat, that almost seems like it needs to be a solo adventure. I have no idea where this other guy went. He's way the heck over here. I don't think he likes me now. He's like, I'm coming after you now. I'm coming after you now. Now I'm going to turn around and go back the other way. You're going to make me run all the way up here to get this. Uh-oh. I don't know if they can actually get up the rock or not. All right, the blobs are going to take care of you guys. That was pretty close, Mr. Blob. That was pretty close. Oh my goodness. Is that it? Is my event over? No, I'm right on the edge of it here. That's what it is. I'm glad I didn't do it now. I thought about just going straight for the Goblin Village with them, but I think that would have got me in trouble. I'm surprised they can't get up on this rock. I'm surprised there's not some of them still running around out here. Wouldn't surprise if one showed up here in a couple of minutes. One of them got the death mosquito. Yeah, I was pretty sure that there was a pathway they could have gotten up there. I'm really surprised that they didn't make it up to me. There's one. I tell you what, the tar pit guys did a number on them there, right? The tar pit guys wore them out there for a second. And I couldn't really see that tar pit because it was foggy. I started to just run towards the goblin village and see if I could take all the wolves that way. I would have ran into all those tar pit guys. I would have ran into all those blobs over there doing that. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't go that direction. Another tar pit over there. Can I sneak by right here? Can I sneak by? Yeah, I can't really sneak by going this way. Now, let's see if this works. Any of you guys left? Same thing. I don't know if these guys can get up here, but they're not making an attempt right now. Of course, I can't see any of you little green son of a guns. Yeah, I don't think any of them can get up here right now. That's right. Beat up that mean workbench. Get it. Yeah, those growths will mess you up, right? Those growths will definitely mess you up. I don't really want to mess with them with my lower armor rating at this point. I have no idea how much damage they'll do to me at this point. So the best thought is just don't get hit. That is the best outcome right now. Don't get hit. All right, and just in case it gets foggy again, that's where my rock is, over here. I hear you, but I can't. I can barely see you right now. That's right. Light yourself on fire. Is that bird sitting in the fire right there, or is that just me? I hear. How does my guy fall off right there? I hear another shaman in here somewhere. Is that my shaman? Come on, get out of the barley field so I can hit you. I think the other guy might be stuck in the shack. That bird is still sitting there. Your goose has got to be cooked right now, buddy. Your goose has got to be cooked. Intimidation factor, yeah. Nobody in there. Oh, hey, we got a fooling trophy, and I got a bell ringing right now. Give me a second. The Wobbler is rating with a party 5. How you doing, Wobbler? What were you into this evening? Let me guess. And thank you very much for the raid, and welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're out taking care of some goblin villages. And we are doing it the Sergeant Dead Red way, which means we bow the crap out of them. Anybody left in here? No, nobody home. Nobody home. Started messing around. You guys started a new seed today. A good old mess around seed. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Well, I guess we got everybody. Down another village. Oh, what is this? Oh, that was from the growth. I don't think any of those guys are left at this point. I think all those guys perished there. Oh, Stole Cold Games, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it very much, and welcome in. I have no idea what we might get out of those. Man, what's that? Barley. No room in inventory. Well, I need the barley. We want the barley. We don't need that trophy. We don't need that trophy. I don't think I need a shaman trophy. I definitely don't need those. We probably don't need the extra bones. I actually don't need the flint that I have right now either, but no, it's going great, going great. We defeated Motor. We defeated Motor on the run tonight. We did that earlier. We don't need those leather scraps. We don't need those. So we're through Motor on our run. And then if you're new to the channel, what this is this is a limited armor run. Well, what's a limited armor run? There's a couple of different ways you can do it, right? There's a couple of different ways you can do it. My version of a limited armor run is we have to stay below a certain armor rating. That's what we're shooting for, a certain armor rating, which is 65 points. So at the end of the day, my overall, excuse me, I'm running around the plains right now at an armor rating of 50. I'm wearing a combination of the thin reset. I have a helmet as a backup. I can make any armor in the game that I want to make, but we can't go above 65 overall points. And I do realize when you get to the end here, magic's a possibility, right? Magic's a possibility. So we're just throwing that out of the equation at this point. We're not gonna do any magic on this run. What's the other way you can do it? Yeah, so I've done a run in the past where and this was when it was Yagluth was the top boss before Mistlands. Yagluth was the top boss, and what I did there is I couldn't upgrade any weapon or any armor past level 2. Being retired, all your seeds are just to have fun with. I kind of do the same. I saved some of my old seeds, but I went through and purged a bunch of them the other day. I actually went through and purged a bunch of my seeds the other day. I took some of the more valuable items off of those seeds, or the hard to get items, the things that I knew that I would probably want to collect some more of at some point, like frost glands, the things that are kind of hard to get hold of, and I took some of that stuff off of there, and then after that I just kind of deleted the character. If he had some good armor or whatever, I might move that to one of my old worlds, different things. But I actually on my other computer over there, which is my old gaming rig that's sitting over there right now, it actually has a bunch of stuff on it as well. That is the same thing. I just need to go through and purge it all out of there and get rid of it all. Yeah, we really don't need any more pig scraps at this point, do we? We really don't need any more of you pig scraps. I think I have way more than I need at this point. In fact, some of you are just end up going out to the machine outside and let Odin give us some coal for you guys, because I will never use that many at this point. I keep forgetting about, I'm going to remember at some point that to use up these flint head arrows. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't bother me that much just using wooden arrows, for the majority of the creatures. I don't think I use any specialty arrows other than boss fights until until we get to the Mistlands. When we get to the Mistlands, we'll probably exclusively be using here, I'll remember to use those up this time. I'll exclusively be using specialty arrows when we go to the Mistlands. Assuming we get past Yagluth. But yeah, it's that's about the only time that I go for specialty arrows is you know, when we're doing boss fights. Well, that's what I do. So a lot of times when I'm, you know, rather than chop wood, when I'm out doing plains farms or plains villages, when we're out there running around, and I know I need wood, I will take apart whatever I can there, and use that to play catch up on wood. You know, I use quite a bit of wood for wooden arrows, right? Other than that, once you got your base built and other things, and you're just kind of you know, maintaining, so to speak. I kind of go that direction with it, and I will try to collect a lot of the resources that I need while I'm out there, and just go that route. Don't ask me why I saved the shaman head. Do I already have one of you? No, I didn't. All right. At least I didn't save it for absolutely nothing. Got you going. Should just about be one more day, and we should be able to go out and rotate the plains farm again. Yeah, I really didn't need any more wolf meat there, right? I don't need lox meat really any more lox meat either, but you know. Remember to repair bow. Somewhere in here is some of this. There we go, right there. Remember to eat some food. Yeah, I actually have enough now to start making lox meat pie and other things. So I think as these resources dwindle down a little bit, we'll be far enough ahead on barley and other things. We'll be far enough ahead on everything. Come on, health. Come on, health. I'm standing at the door. I'm ready to go. There we go. Close enough. Yeah, I was doing the turnip stew. Using the bow a lot. And I don't know what your favorite weapons are, but using the bow a lot. You know, just the whatever extra stamina I can get, I usually go for. I usually go for that extra stamina at the end of the day. I know it's just 5 points, but 5 points is about all it takes for me to draw that bow back at my level. Did I mark this? I marked this as done. I still want to be able to build one of these. It's no fair that these guys can make these cool little flags like this and I can't. Oh, you like the exit sign? Yeah. So I've got to build on my other on one of my other runs. It was our last solo permadeath run. I got a build that I haven't finished over there yet, and I've got one the top of the build. So I built it on one of the infested mines, and the entrance to the mine is on the 3rd floor of my little structure. And I'd got no exit on that one. I put no exit or not an exit or something like that. Are all you guys just hanging out upstairs over there? Kind of makes you guys easy pickings, just saying. Hi, buddy. I'm glad you don't have a spear in your hand. There, we finally got that wood piece out of our way. You got a spear. I don't know if you can hit me from down there or not. Ah! I can't see you now. Where was the other guy? Isn't there another guy in here? You're hiding down there. How did I get backstab bonus on that guy? Oh, that's right. I got my flint head arrows down now. I'm trying to remember to use those suckers up. Get them out of my inventory. Yeah, I really like doing the colored signs. Really like doing the colored signs. That makes it pretty doggone handy at this point. Yeah, we're gonna have a little waterway in between us. Eh, it's kind of not close enough, is it? Oh, tar pit. I hate you, tar pits. I don't want to get anywhere near you, tar pits. Yeah, no good hiding spots on this one. If the tar pit wasn't over there, we could build a little platform over there and make them cross that water, which slows them down most of the time. They might slow down right here. Nobody coming out to visit yet? What is this? I think our jump ability is good enough at this point. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we finally got one guy coming out. We finally got you coming out. I'm not moving, buddy. I'm not moving. It's not my fault you ran into the water there. I love knocking them off the top. I like it when they survive and you just knock them off sometimes. Trying not to aggro too many of you guys at once, so that's going to be in the way of that shot. I can get you. All right, I'm waiting for the spear guy to knock me off. I missed 3 shots in a row on you. Stop running sideways. I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you, really. Still a big guy over there. Couple of them. Couple of you big son of a guns. And somehow I got the surprise shot on you there. Can I hit you? Can I hit you? There we go. All right, who's left? I see. I love how these guys like walk with an attitude. I love how those guys just you see that attitude walk, right? They're walking up there like, yeah, I'm getting ready to get me a Viking. I'm getting ready to get me a Viking. Uh-oh, I hear another bad guy. I don't see him over there. I know he's around somewhere. Oh, now I see him. Now I see him. I think these guys need more of a troll-like action, where they just kind of keep chasing you instead of stopping to yell at you, right? They always stop to yell at you. Anybody left? Anybody in the shacks or the huts? Somebody's in there. Somebody's in there. I hear you. I think these guys are stuck in here right now. It's not my fault the game won't let you out. I heard that spear, buddy. I heard that spear. I think that is everybody. What is it? Boss Pancake? Boss Pancake, welcome in. Hello to you. What's my bow level? I think we just hit 85. Any armor. What's any armor? Any armor. Any armor. Any armor? Yeah, I can make any armor that I want. If you're talking about my limited run that I'm doing, I can make any armor that I choose. But the combination of armor for my limited run that I'm doing here, my combination can't exceed 65 total overall armor rating. That is my goal with this run. Thank you. Hey, well, we got 2 totems out of this village. We got 2 of you guys. Good night, Wobbler. Good night. And thank you again for the raid. Appreciate it very much. Hopefully I'm answering your question right there, boss. Hopefully I'm answering your question right there. And thank you for the follow, Coin S2. Appreciate the appreciate your Connie. I'm sorry, I read it as Coin Connie. Connie, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it very much. Rest well, yeah. We're not too far from being done. I wanted to knock out a couple of goblin villages and a couple other things here, and we're not too far away from being done for the evening. Of course, it is Friday night, right? Yeah, I am completely full here, aren't I? What could we get rid of? Probably flint. Yeah, that was a ton of flint. We don't need any more pig scraps. We definitely don't need any more pig scraps. Man, am I full again already? You know what? I could just set my portal up here, right? I could just set my portal up, and we'll go put this in the obliterator. Instead of throwing it all away, we'll just make coal out of it, right? We'll just make some coal out of it. A few more Saturday classes, huh? I must have gotten a lot of black metal out of that. I won't be too far away. I probably won't be too far away that we probably won't need to smelt up too much of the black metal, because we're not. I don't think there's not a lot we're gonna make with black metal at this point. Not a lot we're gonna make out of black metal. You can go in there. You can go in there. Sure, you can go in there. Two of you guys. Yeah, I'm sitting pretty good. Sitting pretty good on flour now. Not bad. Not bad at all. I run Valheim Plus Stone Cold. I've played vanilla many times, and you know, we got to a point doing some community runs that I played with a regular group. We wanted to try some mods. So currently I'm running Valheim Plus, which is technically it's broken right now. Technically Valheim Plus is broken. But yeah, I've done a bunch of vanilla runs in the past, and if they don't fix the Valheim Plus mod here pretty soon, we're probably going to do a community run in vanilla, and just do it in vanilla. Do it with what we got, right? But yeah, I definitely run. I do run Valheim Plus. I enjoy the game, you know, without mods. Do I enjoy the game more with mods? Well, yeah, no. I like being able to be more adventurous and do a couple of things. Does it make the game a little bit easier? Not easier in the sense of it's not any easier. I don't edit anything in the mods as far as that I could do. I don't use any building things, anything like that. But yeah, it allows me to be more adventurous and that kind of thing, which is kind of how I enjoy the gameplay at this point. That's what I get the most enjoyment out of, I should say. But yeah, I enjoy Valheim Plus. Valheim Plus kind of puts everything under one hat. So you can see here, like I said, quality of life for me is more character inventory space, an extra row of chest storage. Anything that takes an input, whether it be a smelter, a kiln, or anything like that, I have adjusted up to where I can do larger amounts. Processing speeds, other things aren't edited, that kind of thing. You know, something that's really not quality of life that we do is rain damage. My buildings don't take rain damage. You know, that way they just stay looking good the entire time. So Valheim Plus is really popular. It's you know, on the community server, and every server company out there offers Valheim Plus. It's usually the primary mod, because you know, if you click on that link, it's got a whole bunch of stuff that you can do, and you can pick and choose what you want to turn on and off instead of downloading like 15 different mods, or more to do everything. I typically run Valheim Plus. That being said, Valheim Plus is broken right now, and I'm actually running an alpha version until the main editor comes back and approves the fix. I can't actually run it on my community server until that happens. So it's got its goods and its bads sometimes, right? Mods break sometimes. Sometimes mods break your game, or they interfere with something else, that kind of thing. But I think for the most part, 90% of what I do, I consider it to be mainly quality of life stuff. Yeah, so you know, Valheim Plus broke with the most recent update for the signs and everything like that. When the most recent update came out, it broke and it was down for a couple of days, and they got it working again. But whoever the main person is that has to upload it to Nexus Mods and everything like that has to do a review, or somebody else has to do a review. Apparently they're the only one that has that up there. But like I said, you know, complete list of everything that I have turned on. Let's see, beehives max out at 10. I don't edit the speeds of any of the machines, but like the smelter maxes out at 100. I can put 100 coal in there. I can put 100 ore in it. My kilns are at 100, so I can make 100 charcoal at a time, but the processing speeds aren't any faster there. Windmill, like I said, anything that takes an input, I usually have that ratio at least doubled, right? At least I think the windmill was initially 40 or something like that. I think I have mine jacked up to 100. Yeah, I don't remember everything off the top of my head, but that for the most part, it's just so I can do, be a little more adventurous. And then when I load up the kiln or the smelter or whatever, I can just let it go, right? It just let her rip after I don't, doesn't take, constant monitoring or whatever to keep the 20 ore in there and or the 20 coal and the 10 ore in there, that kind of stuff. I can pretty much just let her rip. Let her rip and go. What do I need to do here? I know it's nighttime. But I'm so used to doing things at night. What are you right now? Let's go Plains Farm. Let's go out here and see if this stuff needs to be rotated. The only thing that I run outside of Valheim Plus is I do a mass farming mod, which I'm sure a lot of people have seen that, right? The mass farming mod allows you to plant in a grid pattern and allows you to pick in a radius. Oof. Hard, that's the hardest thing for me to live without. So when we started this this particular run, Valheim Plus was broken and the temporary fix wasn't out there yet. So we spent the first 4 days on this particular run just running in vanilla, and I was having a great time with it. Were there some things that I kind of missed? Sure. I've been running mod too long to not miss some of that stuff. But at the end of the day, I still enjoy the game just as much without mods. I still have a lot of fun with it. It definitely makes planting go a lot faster. Definitely makes planting. Infinite nice planting grid and teleport pets. Teleport pets, really, that's kind of cool. So anything that you tame, you can teleport, right? Yeah, so I have things like teleport metals turned on. I don't mind doing it the vanilla way, but at the end of the day, I think a friend of mine, Saber, pointed it out when we were talking about it one day. Is moving your metals back and forth between like the swamp or wherever you got to move them from, right? Wherever you're moving them from, it's really not hard, right? It's really not hard, and it's more or less just takes time as opposed to anything else. And when I did my first couple of community server runs, there were people always logging in and out because they wanted to be able to, take the metal to their home world and everything like that. And I'm like, well, so what's the real point here? So, so I do have teleport metals turned on. Like I said, in my opinion, that's a task that. It's not overwhelming. It just takes time to do, right? It's not hard to do. It just takes time to do. You know what? I think that's going to be enough right there to where we probably don't need. I probably don't need to make any more thread at this point. I'm going to leave the extra 100 barley here, just in case I forget something. But yeah, we're sitting pretty good on everything. We want to keep this going though for chicken feed. Oh, I bet. Yeah, Red and I were just talking about that a little while ago. You like your dogs with you? I don't blame you on that. That sounds pretty cool. Not gonna lie, I often don't tame things. We were talking about that earlier, right? Usually when I'm doing these little solo adventures for excuse me, for you know, trying to, you know, whether it's you know, a permadeath for this or a permadeath for that, limited armor, whatever we're doing. Usually, I usually don't take the time to tame anything, but I know it's a lot of fun to do, right? I've done some of that in the past. I just not doing them all. I'll usually do all on these runs. My dogs at this point are my bow. That's who my dogs are. That's who my dogs are. They're my bow. Oh, do I have anything else I need to do here? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. I could rotate this garden, but really I don't have anything to replant out there right now. I don't really have anything we need to replant out here. I probably need to expand my plains garden just a little bit so I can get like one extra row of barley in there when we get to the chickens. That way we got a little bit extra for that. Man, somebody left me some free stuff out here. I haven't come out here in a couple of days and checked for fish. I swear it's just about every other day that I come out here. There are fish usually just laying here somewhere. I've gotten tons of fish on this run, and it's not uncommon to find them on the bank, but it seems like I've just been finding more than my average share. Troll fish. I said just about every day I come out here, every time I come out here and look around. Oh, this is where I had my goblin raid earlier. Man, I got to clean up the yard here. Hey, buddy, are you having a good time in the moat there? Oh, apparently not. Yeah, we got to keep the yard looking nice. We got to keep the yard looking nice. My oak tree farm here. My oak tree farm. I haven't had to chop my oak tree farm down in a while. I can't believe there's not a fish laying right in here. This has been the most common areas right here. We must not have had a storm in the last day or two to actually cause a fish to pop up right here. I've been wanting, at some point I need to go back to the, I got one called Tetrafish. For those of you that weren't around, I don't remember. So we did the Fenry armor because we're utilizing that on our run this time. And we went into a couple of the caves. And I think it was probably maybe the third cave we went into. We found the pond in the bottom, not just a puddle, but a pond, and all the fish were just laying out on the bank. So we got 29 fish in there. I got no fishing skill right now. We didn't fish for any of these things, and I've actually got a bunch of fish sitting in the boat yet that I haven't even brought over here. I joked the other day. I think Talia was in here, and she laughed at me. I said I was gonna post them on eBay. You go there. You go here. Yeah, I don't need all those leather scraps. I definitely don't need all those leather scraps. How you doing today, Talia? How you doing today? All right, how many coal is that going to give us? How much coal is that going to give us? Let's find out. What is my gift today? What is my gift? 43 coal, that's my gift. Got you going. Let's remember to rename Pirate Portal. Yeah, let's eat food. I just want to go back and clean out a little bit of this village real quick. And I think we're going to save the rest of our planes running around for tomorrow. Will we be ready for Yagluth tomorrow? Probably not. Probably not ready for Yagluth. Yagluth might be a Sunday or a Monday thing. Yeah, gifting it to the Obliterator, yeah, that's I think Stone Cold Games or somebody was talking about that earlier. They did the same thing, right? They had so many pig scraps. I don't remember who that was earlier. Wasn't the Wobbler? Might have been the I think the Cunningham was talking about that. They the same thing. They just ran out of space, right? They just ran out of space with having so many pig scraps and ended up just donating it to the Obliterator. It's free coal at the end of the day. It's free coal at the end of the day. I said, you know, I get to a point when I'm on the plains and I don't want to spend time chopping a lot of wood. I do this. I just take all these little structures apart. You know, right there we got an extra 140 pig scrap just out of that. Let's just do this. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. And there's probably still some it's getting foggy out, so I can't see anything, but yeah, I don't pick up all my wood, kill my bird. Missed. Oh, let's do this. Let's put us a little platform right here. Have we marked this one as done yet? Looks like we got a pretty big area of plains here to run. Pretty big area of plains. Excuse me. Oh, that's funny, Talia. That's funny. Free bird feathers, right? Oh, that guy flew right with me. I've never hit one of those guys when they're flying. I've never hit one when they're flying. I have tried many a times. I have tried many a times to get one of those guys when they're flying. Wait a minute. I saw you guys out of the corner of my eye. How many are over there? I'm like, what? I guess my poison got him there. My poison got him there, right? I see two of you. I can barely see these guys with all this fog. All right, you're coming. You're coming. I can barely see you. You guys are giving me free wood. Coming over here trampling all the bushes. You're gonna make the goblins mad. I can barely see you. Am I even hitting you right now? Yeah, I must be. Yeah, I saw those guys and I think, yeah, Locke's right here. We gotta get him. We gotta get him. And I probably already have plenty of Locke's meat at this point. I probably have plenty of Locke's meat to get me through making Locke's meat pies and whatever else we're going to use it for at the end. But you know, at this point, it's bow skill. I'm really leveling up my bow skill there, and we're just going to use basic arrows. I'm trying to use up my flint head arrows. I'm trying to use those up at the moment. We didn't make any, and that's just all the flint head arrows are from. Yeah, we don't need you. Probably don't need that guy either. All the flint head arrows are just from running around the Black Forest. I just collect them all, and at some point I just use it all up. 27 on that one. Sometimes I like to do a little contest and see how much I can actually put in there and get it full to the brim. And yeah, I think the most I ever got was 100. It was like 140 some pieces of coal out of it. Let's just say it was a lot of coal. Got you. Got you. You guys go there. Yeah, I'm actually ahead on wood at this point. Just from taking those little areas apart, right? You know, I don't feel like I just don't want to go chop right now. You know, I may find a reason at some point where I need to go chop something, but right now I'm just like, yeah, I'll just take down, you know, the tanning racks and whatever else is in the Goblin Village, and reclaim all the wood, all the hide, and everything that you get out of that. Coins, yeah, we got to save up for eggs a little bit. We're definitely going to need some more of that. But I think we will get that just doing the Goblin Villages. You do a good sized Goblin Villages, usually get a couple 100 coin out of it, so. You're going. All right, spit one at me right now. I know it's going to happen. Come on, do it. All right, fine. Don't do it. Locks meat. Yeah, I've already gotten more Locks meat than what I'll ever use at this point. That's all right though. Bow skill. What are we at? What are we ending up on today for bow skill? I don't remember where I started at. I want to say I was in the mid 70s somewhere. I think around 77. Between running around the mountain killing drakes and wolves and a few locks on the plain that we did prior to the motor fight, I think that got us up to 80. And now we are all the way up to 85, just running around the plains doing the goblin villages. We're pretty much strictly doing bow at this point, so. Bought 2 eggs and made a breeder. It has gone crazy. Nice, Talia, nice. Very nice. At some point, I need to work on sword skill a little bit. I guess as we're doing so, you know, I think my goal at this point is I want to get my bow to 100, and then we'll probably do a few goblin villages where we aggro a few at a time, and then take them out with the sword or whatever, and get that level up there a little bit. Matter of fact, what's blocking at? What's my blocking at? Blocking was pretty decent, right? Yeah, we're all the way up to 27, so blocking's not horrible. Blocking's not absolutely horrible. Queen Snell is doing Hotel Renovator. Crazy KDB is doing Valheim. I Crawl Baby is doing Valheim. Abyssal is doing Valheim. Community Village Chaos Tricks. Green Metal Sword. Work on my skills too. Got my bow to 80 now. Nice. Very, very nice. All right, guys, it is time for me to get out of Dodge. Appreciate everybody hanging out with me tonight. Everybody that came by tonight. We got a couple of new follows tonight. We got Connie. We got Stole Cold Games. Sorry about that. I had to cough there. Ferdu for the follow earlier. The Wobbler for the raid. Audax came in with the follow. Yeah, appreciate that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more follows tonight. Appreciate that very much. Special thanks as always to my regulars that are always here, like Bampy Chick and Tome Dust and Talia Arrow and Papa Strat, Red Fairy, VN Saber, the Big KO, Oscar the Grump, DC Shadow, Discordy, all you guys that came by tonight. I'm sorry if I overlook any names. We got Maury. What is that? Maury Way. More Way Anime, is that it? Something anime. More I can't forget. Morning Darkness is here. Jonathan Raymaker for hanging out with us. DC Shadowman, I think I got you. Gash Contain was out there, and then I had a bunch of people. I can only scroll so far back up in chat and catch everybody, right? I can only see so many people in chat. Boss Pancake, Stone Cold Games. I'm looking. Who else was out there? I got Red Fairy already. The Cunningham. That was the big KO. Tycho was here for a bit. Thank you for thanks for everybody that hang out with me tonight. Baby Spock was here. Yeah, I'm kind of up at the top of my chat now, and that's as far as I can get. That's as far as I can get. And you have a good night as well, Tal. You have a good night as well. I'm looking for somebody interesting that's doing something. There's a community server run there. Base build going there. Base build going there. I really don't want to send you guys over to somebody doing a base building campaign, but Valheim Community Village. That's about all I got, though. It's about all I got. You know what? We haven't raided Abyssal in a minute, so let's go there. And we just did Morning Darkness the other day. Yeah, you know, some other people are playing some other games that are on my list. Unless somebody out there's got a recommendation that I'm not aware of, and that they would like to go and do that, I think we're just going to head over to Abyssal. Got that. Check this, check that. Where is this? Video producer? No. That one. But you guys take care. Hopefully you had a wonderful Friday today. Hopefully your weekend is great. Hopefully you got something planned, friends, family. whatever you got going on. Hope you have a great weekend. And as always, good night, good morning, good evening, whatever it is in your part of the world. I hope you have a great weekend planned. We got a Bizzle. I don't really know what they're doing at this point. I am assuming they're doing something. We're going to hit the start raid button. Thanks for everybody coming by tonight. Jason, yes, I'm ending. Oh, missed the stream. Take care. All right, thanks. I'm sorry, Jason. Sorry, I got to call it quits here. It's 3:11 a.m. for me. I might go a little bit later tomorrow night, depending on how far we get in the run. We did get through Motor tonight, and hopefully maybe Sunday, or whether it's Monday or Tuesday, depending on what day I take off this coming week. We should be up for the Yag fight, and then after that, we will be in the Mistlands. So, going well so far. Sorry you missed out, Jason. I appreciate you coming by, though. I always appreciate everybody coming by. We're getting ready to raid out the Bizzle. Everybody that I've got on my normal list, everybody is doing some kind of base build thing right now. So, again, if anybody's got a quick recommendation for me, I will take it. But you have a good weekend, Jason. You definitely have a good weekend. I am hitting the start raid button, and I am getting out of here, folks. Again, appreciate everybody. Appreciate the follows tonight. Thank you guys for keeping chat lively, and I don't mind backseating at all. So you guys take care, have fun, and I will catch you later. I'm hitting the raid now. Good night, good morning, good evening.